All right, so we welcome and to us all, and Happy New Year because for most of us, this is our first. We are seeing each other in 2026, and so to our online participants and to those in person, want to say a Happy New Year to us all, and then good morning, and we are welcome to the Institute of Leadership and Strategy. And also, you are welcome to our session on leadership and strategy for our 2026 financial year. It's a new year, and I'm sure that we all have our resolutions for the year, what we want to do, probably in family, personal life, in career, in all aspects. I'm sure we all have our resolutions, but we're also here to learn in terms of career, in terms of the various organizations that we work for. Some of us may be entrepreneurs, some of us are working for organizations and want to come here and learn, strategize for how we can be more effective in 2026 and in this financial year. And so you're welcome to the Institute of Leadership and Strategy. We are very passionate about developing leaders and managers across Africa. And so once again, this session, as we advertised, is starting at 9 a.m. as we have done. We have broke it into two sessions. We have the first session, which is starting at 9 a.m. to 11:40. We'll have a few minutes break, and then we come back 11:40 to 12. That's a 20 minutes break. And then we come back at 12 to close at 2 p.m. And so this session runs from 9 to 2. And so let's kindly take note of that, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. for this session. As we are here, we'll be starting shortly, but we also want to take note that washrooms are just behind this door. Once any of the staff can assist you, but we have washrooms on every floor, the ground floor, the first floor, and then the last floor. And so even if this is engaged, you can always use the washroom. There's water by you. Anything you need, we'll be here to assist you. And also for our online participants, maybe you may not have the luxury as the in-person will do, but as and when you need anything, you can drop it in the comment section as well. As for in-person, they can ask questions as the session is going. For our online participants, if you have any questions, you can drop them in the comment section, and then time to time, we'll engage the speaker with your questions. And so for the online participants, let's take notes. Our questions will be taken in the comment section, so you drop them in the comment section, and then from time to time, we'll engage the speaker with your questions. For those in person, you can just raise your hands as the speaker is ongoing, and then you ask your questions. All right. Our speaker will also take us through who we are as an institute. That if this happens to be the first time you are interacting with the institute, we'll give you a detailed orientation on who we are as an institute and what we do and what we stand for. And so we'll start in a jiffy. And so please just relax, be calm. Those online as well, you just want to grab a tea. If you are in the office or you are watching us from home, you just want to relax. We'll be starting in a jiffy. And so let's all take notes. All right. Thank you very much, and you're welcome once again. We want to officially welcome you all to the Institute of Leadership and Strategy, where we are passionate about developing leaders and corporate executives. And so once again, you're officially welcome to the Institute of Leadership and Strategy.
How do you build a complete institution of the sort and resign from it? And I always remind them, stepping back is part of leadership.
All I want to say is that we don't take these decisions arbitrarily or based on institution.
I felt very included in today's discussions. The lecturer today was also very exciting, very innovative, and he definitely kept the class alive.
The orientation, the delivery has been perfect, and I am so excited.
Naturally, systems are evolving, organizations are evolving, and you cannot afford to remain static. You need to be strategic in your approach in solving problems.
The first day has been very impressive. I've met a number of people already. I think that this environment creates the right opportunity to network with people of like-mindedness and also, connect business-wise.
We want to officially welcome you all to the Institute of Leadership and Strategy, where we are passionate about developing leaders and corporate executives. And so once again, you're officially welcome to the Institute of Leadership and Strategy.
How do you build a complete institution of the sort and resign from it? And I always remind them, stepping back is part of leadership.
All I want to say is that we don't take these decisions arbitrarily or based on intuition.
Felt very included in today's discussions. The lecturer today was also very exciting, very innovative, and he definitely kept the class alive.
The orientation, the delivery has been perfect, and I am so excited.
Naturally, systems are evolving, organizations are evolving, and you cannot afford to remain static. You need to be strategic in your approach in solving problems.
The first day has been very impressive. I've met a number of people already. I think that this environment creates the right opportunity to network with people of like-mindedness and also, connect business-wise.
Distinguished executive strategy leaders, industry captains, and of course, fellow professionals, we would like to warmly welcome all of you. In our traditional parlance, we say Accra. Tonight, it's not just an inauguration of an association, but we are activating a movement that will dictate the pace and the direction of this country and the continent as a whole.
This evening is a response to a simple research document I came across. And that Boston Consulting Group's research sought to suggest that managers at the lower level have as much as 72% of them not understanding or appreciating what strategy is. And we thought that we could respond to that gap, that shortfall. That is our greatest motivation for bringing together practitioners of strategy to advance the cause of strategy practice, particularly in corporate Africa. By developing managers and professionals and executives in leading strategy, from strategic leadership to strategic planning to strategy development to control. That is one key thematic area we don't joke with in the executive class, strategy control. At this juncture, we want to do a launch of the professional association. Officially, the name is Strategy Professionals Ghana.
4, 3, 2, 1. This is SPG.
Looking forward to having organizations build giant businesses in Africa. And we thought that one of the greatest tools we could use to do that is when there is key strategy knowledge among leaders who drive these organizations.
We are sure that you are still with us. We have more people online than in person. And so we will be relating with both online and then in person. Like I mentioned, if you are just joining on, if you have any comments or any questions, you can drop them in the comment section. And from time to time, we'll be engaging the speaker with your questions. If you are in person, for that, you can just raise your hand and the speaker will take your comments and questions. But for those online, you can engage us via the comment section. All right, so it's time for us to bring in our speaker to start today's session. And so I would introduce him by reading his profile, and then he takes over for today's session. All right, so our speaker is in the person of Dr. Jeff Bassi. He is a leadership and strategy expert and the founder of the Institute of Leadership and Strategy. He has served as a strategy consultant and leadership trainer for more than 250 organizations, including Bank of Ghana, MTN, Newmont Gold Ghana, Ghana Revenue Authority, Kempinski Hotel, Marriott Hotel, Coca-Cola, and Tallow Oil. Jeff has served as a member of the University of Ghana Appointment Advisory Committee. He holds a BSc in Administration, an LLB, an MBA, and a doctorate in strategy. Jeff is a chartered accountant and a certified strategy. Our speaker for today, Dr. Bassi. Online, you can give us some emojis so we know you can.
Good morning to you all. Thank you so much for coming. Although the report I had is a number of you came late. That Ghanaian attitude must stop, folks. 9 o'clock, it's 9 o'clock. Please bring down the volume a bit. Yes, I see a lot of familiar faces. 9 o'clock is 9 o'clock. I was on Joy FM, advancing the course of strategy, praying and hoping to get here. So I take off at 9, only for me to get here and told that majority of you are late. Let's do things right. There's no such thing as Ghana time. At the Institute of Leadership and Strategy, everything starts on time. I didn't say some, everything. Today is an open session. It's free. And maybe we know that when people don't pay money, they don't take a few things serious. So we too psychologically prepare that we might take off a bit late. For our colleagues online, I'm told over 300 persons are currently online. But just 5 minutes to 9, or as of 9 o'clock, there were less than 100, which means even online, majority still came late. I pray and hope that as we build a country, managing systems, strategy, time, discipline are all part of building a nation. And if we can't take our time seriously, chances are that we can't take our life seriously. Our sister organization, just the next block, is the HR Certification Center. Have run 45 cohorts, 6 months of each. So you can tell the number of lectures. We are yet to record one lecture started behind schedule, not under my watch. Every lecture starts on time. And so it's not just about Institute of Leadership and Strategy, but it should be a standard you must give to yourself. I don't walk into programs late. I don't. If you invite me to your event, I won't come behind schedule. Maybe a couple of social events, but if it is a business meeting, no way. Very well. That said, we want to say a big thank you to you all for turning up or yielding to our invitation. We thought that this would be our small contribution and gift to corporate Ghana, because normally we do paid events, but for the first time we thought that let's run a free program to conscientize people on strategy. I really wasn't expecting to see my strategy students and trainees here, but I've seen a few faces. I hope you don't intimidate me in the session today. Right. So thank you for signing up. Going to be a 2-part session. Part 1 is going to be on strategy, and then part 2 will be on the leadership required to
execute on strategy. And our focus is just on the 2026 financial year. A special welcome to some known faces to me. Ross is sitting there. Chief, you're welcome. Yes, CEO of Private Group, and I'm fortunate to be chairing their board. Thank you. If you have your CEO in your session, if the board chairman doesn't conduct himself well. Now, Sophie, welcome. Right. Very well. So, we pride ourselves taking up the mandate to drive the future of executive leadership and strategy education across Africa. We only are started from Ghana. And this year, we'll be getting into the Kenyan, South African, and the Nigerian markets. And we hope that gradually we can contribute our quota to corporate Africa. Just Institute of Leadership Strategy, Executive Development, special focus on leadership and strategy. But we have defined some 4 thematic areas, some 4 focus areas that we have been playing with for since. You have to be in a management role to take any program at the Institute of Leadership and Strategy. So all the programs I'll be introducing to you, the minimum qualification is that you must manage. It would not matter which level of management, whether the lower level, that one management, line managers, or managers, other executive managers, or executive and other levels of management, course of in strategy, also for managers. But we also coordinate loads of in-house training and do strategy sessions for quite a number of organizations. We have covered 250, to be specific, 259 organizations have gone through our hands, either by way of coordinating their leadership trainings or their strategy sessions. This is the first quarter of the year, and we are all over the place helping organizations to formulate their strategy for 2026 financial year. And we have been with both private and public institutions in the areas or in the light of Ghana Revenue Authority, VRA, Ghana Meteorological Agency, etc., Bank of Ghana. Most recently, the Parliament House of Ghana just contracted us to run sessions for all their directors and subsequently the MPs in terms as far as leadership development is concerned. On the private front, we have been with Kempinski Hotel, Tallow Oil, Coca-Cola, Newmont, MTN, and a few other organizations. Finally, we render consulting services in specific areas. We develop strategic plans for organizations, as well as balanced scorecard performance management systems, and then also corporate governance protocols for organizations. So this is what defines a few of these organizations that have over the years. I have been, and so I want to take off. I do know that there are a lot of big shots amongst you, CEOs and senior executives from various organizations. When we went through the profile, we are encouraged. Quite a number of organizations, the banks, the oil and gas firms, etc. Beyond the people who are in person here are also quite a number. I'm sure the online should be about 400 persons now, because before I took off, there were quite over 300 persons. We are running this session in two parts. Part 1 is strategy for the business, and then part 2 will be the leadership required to drive the strategy. Yes, having checked our backgrounds, I do know that there are managers from various corporate institutions amongst us, just as we also have entrepreneurs, those founders of establishments also amongst us. I don't know how many of you have developed or have formulated your strategy for the year, at least represented by the number in here. The capacity here is 50. The capacity is almost full, and so you can be a fair representation of the masses that are online. Can I see by hand how many of you, as in your organization, have done a strategy session for 2026? Okay, that is about 20% of the class. And maybe by the time I get into the details, we will know whether strategy session is all about going to Adan and developing targets, developing targets and setting goals and cruising on the river and returning to Accra is what constitutes strategy sessions or not. Can I know how many of you are currently running a strategic plan? Now, strategic plans ordinarily will span beyond one financial year. In other words, you probably have a 3-year plan, a 5-year plan. Indeed, the horizon of strategic plans have changed. We used to run 20-year strategic plans. It came down to 10-year plan. The commonest, as I see today, going round are 3 to 5 year strategic plans. Indeed, that basically will be because of how frequent the business environment is changing. Some even argue whether the whole idea of strategic planning is even important or relevant at all because of VUCA, how volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous our world has become. The only way you would argue strategic plans are no longer relevant is when you don't even appreciate the environment of strategy. Because strategy itself is not a static plan. They are emergent, they are fluid, they must be subject to changes. Because really, developing a competitive plan is about relating an organization to its environment. What that means is that when the exogenous or the external environment is changing, it only makes sense that organization will be developing internal changes that will commensurate those external changes. So whether you have a 3-year plan, a 5-year plan, running your organization, let me see. Holy Spirit is here. Nobody's allowed to lie. Whoa. I see only 3, 4 hands. Nearly out of about 50%, only 4 say that the organization I work for have a strategic plan. So I asked, for the rest of us who do not have strategic plan for our organizations, how do you run the organization? You may argue that, oh, well, we are making success. So what is the use of having a strategic plan? Yes, you can be making success out of fluke, stroke of luck, but you are really not in control of the factors responsible for your success. What it means is that when the dynamics begins to change, then the organization gets thrown off board. Now, whether you have a strategic plan or not, i.e. 3-year, 5-year plan or not, you are required every year to reformulate the plan. So for those of us who are like consultants to organizations, whose strategic plans we have developed, every year you are called to come back and help the organization reformulate its focus for a specific financial year on the plan. So if you have a 5-year plan, we probably are doing a year 2 reformulation of the plan. But the challenge is if you do not have a strategic plan, what it means is that you are most likely going to gather and put together targets for the year, and you will call it a strategic plan. But I pray and hope that today's exposition will conscientize a number of us to, as much as possible, go back to providing direction for the organization. Part 2 of this program will focus on leadership for execution. Leadership for execution. So indeed, Michael Porter's sponsored research conducted by Boston Consulting Group sought to suggest that 48.6 of nearly all organizations that go through the trouble of developing strategic plans don't even have the plan seeing the light of day. 48.6 is a significant percentage. That is a near 50%. Last year, I led 36 organizations in formulating their strategic plans for the year, mostly in the first quarter. Now, these guys will do Aqua Safari in Adan, they will do Royal Senchi near Akosombo. These days, the gig is with the Peninsula in Akosombo and then the Safari Valley Resort at Edukro. You are paying close to 8,000 Ghana cedi per head per room per night. Multiplied by 40 managers or so in the session, by 4 or 5 nights. By the time we add the cruising on the river, the lunch and dinner, the fuel they would have driven to and fro, and if you may, the opportunity cost of work left undone because you are in strategy session, unless I forget, the consultant's fee. By the time all these are added, I possibly am already running into the millions for the large organizations, only for you to return to Accra or to your office environment and the strategy doesn't see the light of day. I'm always quick to share this story. A particular organization whose 5-year strategic plan we developed for them, at the end of the first financial year, we're preparing to go for our first review. What that means is that as consultants, we have to align with the organization. I always say consulting is, you have your watch, you're unable to read the time, you bring me your watch, we tell you what the time says. It's as simple as that. So we collaborate. It's your vision, I am the professional. So we have to call all functional heads, head of finance, head of marketing, head of operations, etc., to align before we go for the first year review. This was sometime in November, preparing for a new financial year starting in January. This particular head of department, when I called him, he actually placed the phone on call waiting, and then in the background, he put me on hold. He was talking to his secretary, and you could hear him in the background. That strategy we did at the beginning of the year, the consultant have called. Where is the document? I'm happy you are aligning. Technically, we have finished the strategic plan. The document is locked in a drawer somewhere, and he's now looking for it so he can respond to my questions. That is a clear indication of how a strategic plan is done and is put aside. If it is a strategic plan, it's the organization's Bible. You cannot finish your weekly management meetings without reference to what the document we will be organizations leadership required for execution. So strategy is about providing direction, how to win. As simple as that. Providing direction for the organization. And the goal is about how do we win. For me, as a practicing strategy professional, I have come across more than 100 definitions for strategy. Over 100 definitions for strategy. And out of those definitions, there are 2 that I work with. And I'll tell you the popular one and tell you what the deficiency of that definition is. The popular one is how to positioning to gain competitive advantage. Strategy is positioning to gain competitive advantage. As much as I operate with that definition, because it does make a lot of sense, because strategy fundamentally should also be how do we ensure that we lead or win a certain percentage of the competition. But really, I'm quick to add that strategy is not really all about competition. Because most of the time, once you want to address a workshop on strategy, I can guarantee you more than half of the questions you are going to answer will be on competition. Strategy really, as much as it has something to do with competition, is not all about competition. It is fundamentally, and that's what leads me to my second definition, how to get our what. How to get our what. I love it also, that's the second definition for it, brevity. But how to get our what makes a lot of sense, that you don't always have to win at the expense of another. No, you can actually win while the other person also wins. I'm sure if I were to throw these two definitions to an average Nigerian, who would choose the first one, because the Nigerian's fundamental understanding of business is kill the opponent. Very aggressive, you know. But I always say that as much as Rolls Royce is for comfort lovers, both of them can win in their space. We don't need one to win at the expense of the other. And indeed, if strategy was all about competition, BlackBerry didn't do well, because BlackBerry's sole objective and strategy was built around how to deal with Nokia. Were they successful or not? They were successful. They dealt with Nokia. They made sure Nokia had collapsed. All right, where are they themselves? It's more like in the land of the blind, the one eye becomes the king, where one eye is not the standard is two eyes. So yes, you have beaten the competition, and you yourself, you are no longer. So strategy spans way beyond competition. And at the beginning of a financial year, and I'm assuming that the organization's financial year is the calendar year. There are a few companies that do not run January through December as their financial year, but I'm making this presentation on the assumption that your financial year is January through December. Typically, at the beginning of a strategy session, we got to provide answers to some three cogent questions. Number one is, where is the organization now? Where is the organization now? Now, where we are now is not a question of geography. It's a question of where we are now in terms of our capitalization, where we are now in terms of market positioning, where we are now in terms of our total assets, where we are now in terms of our ability to deliver, product promises to customers, to deliver return on investment. I just completed a 3-day strategy session for, the story is a negative one, so I won't mention the name of the company, on the Sprinters Road. I finished that on Saturday evening, and the organization is on loss, has been on loss for 5 years now. And they are developing strategy on how to grow. I say, no, the first strategy we are going to pursue this year is survival strategy, how to avoid bankruptcy, how to make sure that we don't leave the markets. And when we stabilize, then we can now come back to how to make profits. Now, this question must be answered. The moment you play politics and you are economical with answers to this question, you throw the organization into what I choose to call psychological dissonance. I serve on the board of one of the media houses. We were just the second board. As in, the first tenure board had finished their session, and we had to come in as a second tenure board. But this was our very first meeting, a board meeting, strategy conversation. And the CEO will come before us to address us. ABC Radio, your number one radio station. And I raised my hand, sir, this is strategy session. We tell ourselves the truth. We are not number one, and you know it. We are probably not number two. Can we define where we are now? And your listeners, your number one radio station. But in strategy session, this. So where are we now? Now that question is imperative to providing answer to the second question. So that if somebody was coming to your house for the first time and you were giving direction to the person over the phone, the most reasonable question you're going to ask first and foremost is, where are you now? You know why that question is important? It has a bearing on the direction you're going to provide to the person where to come next. So the next question is, where do we want to be? So let's go back to my definition. How do we get our what? This is where we are defining our what. So we are at point A, but the dream is to get to point B. And over here, there's a concept I call the blue sky, dark cloud concept. The blue sky is that real place you wish the organization was. If competition was not a problem, if resources were not issues, if and anytime I mention resources, you must activate all in your mind: financial, physical, technological resources, human resources. If resources weren't a challenge, if competition wasn't a problem, if regulation wasn't an issue, if technological advancement wasn't an issue, where ideally do you see the organization? And that is a conversation that we must be had with the board. Because the board fundamentally is the custodian of the organization's strategy. And so for us, if we are developing a strategic plan for you, one of the first persons we want to speak to is the CEO. Where do you want to go? But we will not end that interview, that meeting, without the CEO giving us what we call board directives. Otherwise, we want to meet the board. Because the board will paint that blue sky destination the organization should be. However, in spite of having that blue sky, that ideal place the organization should be if all things worked for good, there's also a dark cloud. The blue sky, dark cloud. The dark cloud to be navigated to get to the blue sky is where we have the third question. Get there. How will we get there? And the leader of that group is the chief executive officer who is leading the management team to navigate all the dark clouds in order to arrive at the blue sky. So these are three cogent questions every organization must answer at the beginning of every financial year. And you must be brutally honest with the answers. Brutally honest. I got appointed to chair the board of one of the pharmaceutical firms, a medium-sized firm. It's not a very large one. First meeting, I called for the financial statements, and they brought me a list of assets. And I said, no, I know the difference between list of assets and the list of assets, quite very impressive. After incessant pressure, they eventually released the financial statements. Unfortunately, that was the day I tendered in my resignation. My problem isn't the position of the company. My problem is the fact that the secretaries were not honest about the right positioning of the organization. Were accompanied by loads of liabilities. Most of them were bought on credit. Some they have paid 20%. They had vehicles, they had buildings, they have lands. They were actually on the verge of building a hospital. But when the executives are not brutally honest with the true financial positioning of the organization, it will be difficult for us to make progress. So where are we now, or where is your organization now? Where you want to be? How to get our what? You have to define the what. Then we'll now have to navigate those dark clouds to help us arrive at the blue sky. Now, this is a statement I have. Leadership only starts when we agree with the results. Leadership only starts when we disagree with the results. So long as you are satisfied with the status quo, you're going to do nothing about the situation. I don't like these results. I don't like the current positioning of the organization. And I don't even care if you are already doing well. John Maxwell said, we build on success. We don't sleep on success. Because the last time I checked, success itself is a rent. Nature have rented success to you. Guess when the rent is due? Every day. Every single day you got to renew the rent. For those of us who are in rented apartments, you know what it means not to pay your rent, right? The landlord will reject you. It's the same thing. Nature ejects you. Oh, you paid your rent today, you are happy using the facility. Good. Tomorrow you have you again. Otherwise, no. Leadership only starts to disagree with the results. So I'll normally begin a training session for an organization by asking them, what are your challenges? Because we always start from the known to the unknown. And I'm used to hearing answers as technology disrupting what we do, constant changes and preferences of the customer, intense pressure from the board to demonstrate return on investment and return on assets, return on equity, delivering on product promises to customers. But one particular answer when I was running a leadership session for one of the airlines struck me. A particular answer struck me. Now, that particular session was for C-suite executives. Just for the avoidance of doubt, let me take you through the 3 layers of management. The layer 1 are line managers. They manage people and activities. So that in a typical bank, for instance, a branch manager is a very junior manager, managing people at the branch and activities at the branch, the operations. Then we have senior managers who manage managers. So that in a typical bank, you would have area or regional manager. Depending on the cosmopolitan nature of the environment, we put together maybe 10 to 15 branches and commit to one senior manager. That is a senior manager managing managers. Then we have executive managers who run the organization. The chief executive officer, the chief operations officer, the chief strategy officer, the chief marketing officer, chief technology. A friend of mine said he wants to be called a chief. And I said, chief what? Say chief anything. So long as there is chief preceding the designation, he is fine. And it's an enviable role to want to be. The chief control. So this session for the C-suite, the creme de la creme, the final decisions. Yet I got an answer such as, one of our challenges here as an organization is our systems. And I got confused. Because if I was training line managers and they complained of their systems, I'm going to put it in my training report and give to executive management to do something about. But when the guy who is in charge of creating the system is complaining of the system, then there's a leadership failure. Because fundamentally, whereas it's about working in the system, leadership is about working on the system. The processes, they question the outcome. And when it comes to strategy, questions are more important than answers. Why are we here? Why do we do it the way we do it? Why can't it be done in a better way? How do we improve on it? It is the responsibility of the leader to ask all the questions. Guess what? It is not the responsibility of the leader to have all the answers. But nobody goes to search for the answers until the leader asks the questions. Disagree with the result. If you are certain one, you came here to waste your time. If you're okay with where the organization is now, you can take your leave. And if you are online, you can sign off. But if you are not, and as I agree with John Maxwell, we build on success. You see, in our part of the world, standards are influenced by senses. The things we see, the things we hear, the things we witness, the things we read tend to form our standards. In other words, if those things are average, you are under the temptation to mistake mediocrity for excellence. If nothing significant is happening around you, you'll soon mistake mediocrity. The companies we call large organizations around the world are playing with a minimum of 100,000 employees. I see 2,000 staff organizations in Africa, and they say they are a very large organization. 2,000. Because the standard is low. For those of us who were born in the village, we mistook gutter for swimming pools because we had actually not seen a swimming pool before. So long as we could swim in it, I read in the book that there's something called swimming pool. And once I could swim in it, it's a swimming pool. Until we saw an actual swimming pool. So I don't know where your organization is now, but I want to encourage that when we say no to the result, then we go in search of answers. The Chinese have one important proverb they don't joke with. I don't play with it either. Doing the same thing the same way, expecting different results is insanity. You use method A, you got a result you do not like. Go back to method A. The Chinese man said, you're a mad. Because the only way to change the destination is to change the route. To change the outcome is to affect the processes that led there. You see, the behavior of a people, the behavior that leadership tolerate normally form the culture, right? Over here, a lot of things are tolerated. You know, one of the reasons you and I drink this water and put a plastic bag by the roadside, it's not your initiative. Leadership here have no problem with it. I'm talking about political leadership, have no problem with it. You know why you won't try it in New York? Leadership there doesn't tolerate it. So you really striving to do anything significant. Giant organizations in Africa that serve the rest of the world. So that when you talk about top 10 largest companies in the world, nearly all of them are sitting on American land. Purpose. Call it mission. Why are we here? But as much as that purpose exists, aspire to become something. Call it vision. As managers, you have gone through fundamental issues in management, so let me not spend too much time on this. Of course, you know there's a glue between these two called the values that drives the organization, guiding principles. But this organization of time, organization must seek to understand its environment, because competitive strategy fundamentally is about relating an organization to its environment. So if you do not understand the environment, then you'll be operating in a vacuum. And when we talk about environment, we are referring to you must conduct your industry and competitor analysis. Chances are that you are not the only one operating in that market. Market and customer, external environment. A lot of companies take these things for granted sometimes. When you talk about the pestle, well, they've learned it in MBA, pestle, what is the use of it? Folks, no organization will outgrow the macroeconomic indicators of the environment it finds itself. In 2023, I led a few companies in this country to reformulate their strategy because of FX, the exchange rates. So we have to gather to resituate the strategy, else it gets thrown off board. Then we'll have a environment. What's your internal strength or external threats? By understanding your environment, you are now going to make choices, because fundamentally strategy is about choices. So we say the courage to choose is the heart of strategy. You know what makes choice difficult? Why we use the word courage? Choice is difficult because it requires focus. Now, focus is not difficult because you have to say yes to one thing, but you have to say no to a lot of things. You have to make choices knowing, therefore, we will do this, we will not do that. Organization that is ready to serve every stage of the market is not ready yet for the journey. You have to, this is our choice, because a lot of the strategic choices I'll be exposing you to that we'll be making. So by understanding this, we will be making choices by specific areas. I'll soon be giving you the dynamics of goals and objectives because I've seen too many organizations go to write down wishful thoughts and then they call it goals. I have seen organizations set objectives at the corporate level and do goals at the functional level. Forget it. Goals must always be at the corporate level whilst we develop objectives. Relationship between every objective goals at the corporate level. There are four areas of goals you cannot compromise on if it's a strategy session. I'll be exposing them to you. But in a snapshot, these are product innovation and service quality. Goal area 1. You can set even 3, 5, 10 goals, I don't care, but they must speak to that. Product quality, service innovation. Second, third area of goals will be on operational efficiency and excellence. And the last one will be on asset growth and financial management. You can't leave a strategy that stick to this. Product innovation and service quality. Customer focus and market growth. Operational efficiency and excellence. And finally, I'm repeating because I see people writing. Asset. But strategy is not all about going to Adan to have goals and return to Accra. Beyond the goals, there's some work to be done. The conversations we are having so far is what we refer to as the strategy, which you and I know will not survive on its own except supporting organizational arrangements. Call them structure, systems, processes, culture, people. Structure, a few companies in Ghana are doing well. The problem is with systems. Yes, we don't have systems here. I'm sure most of us have learned or have heard that the US government have closed down USAIDs around the world. So we were fortunate to be consultant for the Ghana closure. The USAID, USAID is hosted on the American Embassy premises. I got my appointment letter as a consultant. With their rule, you don't go in with your gadgets, your phone, your laptops. But I had special clearance from Director HR that as the consultant coming to conduct the trainings, blah, 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 he can come in with his laptop, one phone. I got to the entrance, pulled my letter to the head of security. I'm a consultant here. He says, sir, here we don't allow gadgets. I said, are you okay? This is my letter. He says, sir, we don't work with letter. Okay, so I called the manager to come. I saw him coming. I was happy. He came and said, sir, respectfully, you and I know that we don't work with faces. I don't have any instruction from Director HR came. Nothing was working. 40 minutes, consultant was standing outside. Because systems say, until there was email exchange between somebody and somebody, blah, blah, blah. Eventually, we had access. Of HR says, you say, who are you? Large manufacturing in Ghana. If you know the company, keep it to yourself. Don't mention. The founder of that organization, very successful organization. I'm talking about an organization that is doing an annual turnover of 2 billion Ghana cedis. That's a large organization, huh? The founder is fairly an elderly man now. He only chairs the of his children are heading his establishments. So one of the sons happened to be the CEO of this particular organization I'm referring to. The rule is company's yard except managers. So rank and file staff, you park all customers, you park outside. But inside the yard, the factory, only managers can park there. On this fateful day, the CEO's wife was coming to visit him. And the officer, I'm not a manager, you can't. The woman got angry. I just introduced myself as the wife of your CEO. Are you fine? The guy said the instruction is if you are not a manager, you don't pack it. Well, the woman called the husband. The husband said, what? Which security officer is stopping you? Hand the phone over to him. The phone was handed over to the security officer. The CEO talk. He said, give the phone to your boss. That's the head of security. Relieve that guy of his duty now. On the spot. Give access to my wife. So the wife came in. Later on, the father got wind of the whole story. The father said, are you fine? Didn't your system say only managers park inside? Reinstate that security officer and promote him immediately for having the courage to stop even. That means we are safe. If you it, we are safe. We don't have systems in our part of the world. Meeting starts, CEO arrives. We don't have time to start a meeting. Which one is that? Is the meeting starting 9 or 10 or 1 p.m. or when the CEO arrives? Which one? Structure, systems, processes, culture, people. I call them the supporting organizational arrangements if that strategy would work. Our words, a snapshot I've showed to you, and find details. Actually, it is about providing direct to the organization. And for those of us who are entrepreneurs, you are operating in a market you don't have standing on. And somebody who understands the market comes in and operates with knowledge. The business collapses, and if I may have the courage to say, in our part of the world, we go to church and pray. Why the business has collapsed? Theodore Bismarck said, prayer is not in the success equation. Decision making, understanding how things work. Did I condemn prayer? No. Prayer is in the revelation equation. I'm quoting no less a man, Bishop Theodore Bismarck. So prayer is in the is in the revelation equation, not the success. When it comes to success of the business, it is knowledge, understanding how things work, and the courage to make tough decisions and follow through them. A set of choices that an organization follows and determines what to do and what not to do. I don't know what decisions you have made for this year. What to do, what not to do. Folks, I want you to appreciate the fact that in strategy, every addition takes something from the old. Every addition subtracts something from the old. Did I say we shouldn't add? No. But before you add, you are juxtaposing the gains from the new from the losses of the old in order to determine whether we are adding or not. Not all growth vertically are a blessing to the organization unless it is rooted in collective strategy. You know what I call it? Addition by subtraction. Sometimes we have to remove some things in order to grow others. Addition by subtraction. So, if I lead your strategy conversation, chances are that we may even reduce what you're already doing by the time we apply the G. McKenzie metrics. to know which products have alignment between your capacity and what the market is looking for. Which one must you just protect or hold? And which ones you must exit. When Jack Welch became CEO for General Electric is a huge conglomerate, 400,000 employees. The management team alone was 3,800, the management team. He took over an organization with well over 200 business interests, And within the first 4 years, he exited 70 of the 200 businesses. Divestiture. Eventually, he was left with 130 organizations or businesses within the larger Spectrum organization. Guess what? He made more profits with the 130 organizations, the businesses, relative to the 200. This is a man that grew the total market value of a company from $13 billion to $400 billion. One CEO's leadership. 13 billion to 400 billion. And he made that popular statement. I quote him in every leadership lecture of mine. When the rate of change on the outside exceeds the rate of change on the inside, the end is in sight. When the rate at which customer preferences are changing, government legislation, technology, etc., if the organization's internal responses do not measure up, that organization would get ready to go home. Just like what happened to Nokia. Actually, I tell Nokia's story because of the final statement the CEO made. We all know Nokia suffered vision, right? They slotted their eyes into the tunnel. They invested in what was happening on the outside. Eventually, the organization crashed. Fundamentally, because we don't only fail in life by refusing to move forward. We also fail we don't only fail by marching backwards. We also fail by refusing. Just by marking time at the same place, you are setting up the organization to fail, right? The CEO of the erstwhile, the company, the outgoing company Nokia, when Microsoft took over, made that statement. We did nothing wrong, but somehow we lost. Like, wow. Did they even have a CEO in the first place? Those years, in our hustling moment, indeed, we are still hustling. I went to Joy FM, multimedia, the TV. I think they have a TV that have different channels. Joy News, Joy Prime, Sports, Adom, etc. And those were times we didn't have the financial resources to spread our advert on all the channels. So we have to pick and choose which to advertise on. So I was in a conversation with the then sales director. I don't know if he's still the sales director, Max Fugger. So I asked Max Fugger, which of the channels do you think when we place this ad would give us the result? He asked me a couple of questions. And after I answered, then he said, I think you should do it on Joy Sports. And I said, oh no, I don't like sports. And then he asked me the question, are you going to watch your own adverts? Are we playing the advert for you? Or we are playing it for the listening public that you want them to patronize your services? Between the station and my office, whilst driving, I thought through this question throughout. Two organizations have been run by what the CEO likes, what the CEO prefers. Are you market-driven or you are CEO-driven? One of the reasons BlackBerry failed, and go look for this movie and watch. It's not an entertainment movie, it's a strategy movie. The Rise and Fall of BlackBerry. It's a powerful movie. It's on Netflix. The Rise and Fall of BlackBerry. The CEO of BlackBerry was in love with keypads. He just loved tap, 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 tap. This screen thing was nonsense to him. If you could cast your mind in retrospect, when even BlackBerry was introducing the screen, they were reducing the keypad gradually, if you notice. Because the CEO loved keypads. It used to be a status symbol to hold that device in your palm called BlackBerry. Can I have your BB pin? It was status symbol. The Gen Zs will not connect. The day Apple launched the iPhone, in that movie, and the movie was to reflect exactly what happened, the CEO of BlackBerry was sipping tea in his office. When you watch the launch on TV, so one of those things, they'll fade off soon. Well, Apple has been responsible for their exits. Because ability to define reality is one of the keys of a leader. The ability to define reality. Data-driven market, not the desires of the CEO. So those choices, what to do, what not to do, is going to be anchored in what the market says. Indeed, folks, this is what I say, that today, organization's main sustainable competitive advantage is in its ability to learn and act faster than the competition. An organization's main sustainable competitive advantage is in its ability to learn and act faster. I'm not referring to training and development by the word learn. Learn there is referring to conducting a situation analysis, informing the readjustment of your strategy, and serve the market with that knowledge. And you think that when you finish doing that, you are done. Every financial year, you go back and do say. There's a weird example I'm going to give you. I happen to serve as consultant to one of the organizations called DKT. You don't know them, you know their products. Fiesta Condom, Kiss Condom, Lydia, etc. Don't tell my mother I'm their consultant. In one strategy session I got to, when we priced their mental products, the condoms, the lubricants, and the contraceptives. And we use the G. McKenzie metrics. We realized that those the condoms, the capacity and the market, lock down the put the good. The function is that once you, so we of our energy marketing that. It's more like Toyota putting their vehicles in the green and putting the spare parts in the gold, because once you buy them, you trust our spare parts than any other. So we don't invest a lot of energy, time, and resources into this. And then we have in the red, which is a market you will exit or want to keep only for strategic purposes. With them February last year ago, we realized that no, the attitudes have changed. These young ones say they don't fear STIs any longer. Indeed, a third of condom companies in South Africa have closed down. Who are you selling it to? The buyer says, I don't need it. You close down. Maybe the CEO likes it. Now, so here, I'm a lot of pregnancy issues. And if it's unprotected, you want to increase the pleasure. That is where the lubricants come in. So we change the arrangement of the products. By putting a product in green, in gold, in red, informs the conduct and attention of the management team. And just by doing that, adjust its focus because the market says. Folks, have you realized how size is no longer an advantage to any organization? We are large, we do big ticket deals. No. Today, the advantages go to organizations with innovation and speed. innovation, and speed. And made implement in the evening, by the following day we see results. That slow, sluggish, bureaucratic decision, you go off market. On the first is in the world before 2010, none of them is on that list today. In other words, what it means is that the top 10 companies today, none of them were close to the list of top 10 before 2010. Because no longer an advantage. The G that I just spoke to you about under Jack Welch was number one company under his leadership. Not one of the first 10, number one, the best, the most profitable company on earth. Today, they are not even on the list of the top 10. Maybe it's because Jack Welch don't want to see you. Jeff Emmett is. Now, I'm not saying G is not doing well. They are doing well, profitable company, but top 10, no more. Because size is no longer an advantage. Instead, innovation and speed. So on the choice, just run in, give you an in terms of market segment, which geographical area or areas, and what your value proposition will be. Choice is require courage. We will do this, we won't do that. And folks, a brand is not for everyone, and you've got to get comfortable with that. A brand is not for everyone. We get people call us to enroll for our program, get to know the level of the program, how much we charge, and then they say they cannot take it. We are comfortable with that. They can't afford it. Because if your brand is for everyone, you will very soon confuse the market. So the first choice on the strategy arena vehicle will get you there. You can't use all vehicles at the same time. All means to get there at the same time. You make choices. Somebody defined focus as follow one course until success. We are not saying don't bring a second, don't bring a, but until the first one sees success, don't go to the second. For differentiators. And finally, your staging. Now, there's a connection between this and that. Now that you have made a decision where to compete, with which intensity do you intend to do that? I normally use MTN here. Number one in Africa. Nearly every country MTN is in Africa. They are number one. But why are they not in the American markets? Why don't they venture the European markets? Why are they playing only in Africa and a small? Now, all of these four choices have to answer how we economic logic. And in strategy sessions, we make debates of these things. I use the word debates because you have to open the session for discussion. Because we assume that nearly everybody sitting at the strategy session understands what it takes. That is why strategy sessions are not open to rank and file employees. It's a management business between the board and management. There will be discussions, but folks, guess what? We don't leave strategy sessions with discussions, we leave with decisions. After the discussions, we go with, and when we leadership required for that strategy, that's where I'll be starting from. How do we ensure that there is agreement and alignment between the board, the management team, the rest of the functional heads of the organization? Normally, I say that all I need as a consultant is to establish an agreement between the board and the CEO. We need agreement between the CEO and the rest of the managers. But if that cannot be achieved, we can find a way around it. Because organizations are like huge stones rolling down the hills of a mountain. That stone gathers more momentum as it raises down. The organization said this is the direction we want to go. I don't agree. Blah, blah, blah. As who? Is the company for you? No. You must align. You must. I normally say you must align in order to. So you have to. Decision. We would do E, C, D. We won't do E, F, G. But E, F, G was your recommendation at the strategy session when we were making choices on arena, on means to differentiators, and what will be our intensity. When I started the HR Certification Center, which by God's grace is stable now, but those years, the starting of every organization, the loads of suggestions I got from people. Hey, you are doing well in HR certification. Why doesn't the HR Certification Center also do professional accounting, professional marketing? I said, listen to our name, HR Certification Center. What business do we have with professional marketing certification? But of course, people are supposed to advise, and you are also supposed to make a choice. Institute of Leadership Strategy. People ask us why we are not doing this, why we are not doing that. I say our name is Leadership and Strategy. But as far as that choice of leadership and strategy is concerned, we are bent on being number one, staging. Nobody will beat us in that space. Not when there's still blood flowing through our veins. Potential competitors who are sitting here, tighten your belts for us. Tighten your belts for us. Within that space, you want to do it with all the intensity. So if you have a choice, then what are you competing? One of the insurance companies I consult for, I did a strategy session sometime in September, October. They did this quite early, before the year even ended. Prudential Life Insurance. We don't do property insurance life. But they are among the top 5. They have defined their space. And when it comes to intensity and staging, so when it comes to life insurance, nobody beats us. One of the greatest things required at strategy sessions is to ensure there is alignment. Alignment. Otherwise, I've seen too many organizations operate in silos, as in the departments operate in silos. We achieve alignment between corporate strategy, business level strategy, and functional level. For those of you who have been our strategy students, you're on top of these things. Pardon me, let me cover them quickly for those who are new to strategy. And then we'll go to other areas that you can also learn something new. Strategy is about making choices. Every level we will make a choice. At every level we'll make a choice. Mostly the organization have to make a choice even at the corporate level. And the choice is normally between driving a growth strategy or a stability strategy, otherwise known as consolidation strategy, otherwise retrenchment. You can't do all at the same time. There's one we call the combined strategy or combination strategy, and that is normally for organizations that are conglomerates in nature. And you require a very experienced CEO to be able to drive that. Whilst you are growing some aspects, some divisions of the organization, you are stabilizing other divisions and possibly retrenching in other divisions of the organization. Corporate level, the decision is normally between stability and retrenchment. The obvious choice that comes to your mind if you don't understand strategy is what? Growth. Everybody wants to grow. But there comes a time where growth is not the best way to go. Granted, your first choice is growth. We have made a choice out of 3. Even in growth, we still will choose how we want to grow. Those who have marketing backgrounds but have come across the concept, the Ansoff metrics and strategy. You're either growing by market penetration, selling more of what you're already dealing to more of the people who already buy from you. It is the list of the growth strategies is known, the market is known. So more of what we already do to more of the class of people who already buy from us. So you are going to then come up with objectives for various functions such as driving, intents, advertisement, promotions, etc. Otherwise, you are choosing market development. We are selling this product, yes, but we want to define a different set of buys. The choice can be by segmentation, but more often than not, it is by geography. A different market to buy what we already sell. Market development. Many a time, you are told that in market development strategy, the product is same. It is the market that changes. That is true to a very large extent. The product is not same like that, though. Because depending on the environment, you may have to do some tweaking to the products. Voltic in Ghana is not the same Voltic in Lome or Togo. Even how you do your branding. That is how come Toyota will send a vehicle with absorbers and the rest to Africa, because they tell us that our roads are not too great. But when you go to the United Arab Emirates, they spend a lot of money in the interior deco. Same Toyota, different environment, you must touch the products to some extent. It was under the leadership of Martin Mensah when Casapreco first attempted the Nigerian market. And the guy will walk footed level. I think a lot sometimes. The rich are very rich, the poor are very poor. They don't have a lot of middle class people. The rich man in Nigeria, you can't compare Ghanaian rich man to them. And the poor, they are very, very poor. For the bottle, that is what started the Alomo sachets, the small packs before the news came back to Ghana. Otherwise, whilst choosing to grow, the choice within that choice could be that the organization wants to do product development. Same market, but let's sell a different product to them. And that thrives very heavily on brand acceptability. If your brand is not accepted. So Samsung have made a lot of success in selling phones to you and I. So when they are selling AC2, we will buy it. When they sell television, you will buy it. The choice they are making to grow is product development. Then comes the fourth one, which by our standard is the most risky of the 4. It's called market. The product is not known. The market is not known. But like we say, the higher the risk, the higher the return. And I'm quick to add, the higher the fall. If you miss it, you will go. So in the strategy room of Toyota, and you and I know Toyota is a Japanese company, they made so much success. If you stand on this street now, 4, if not 5 out of every 10 vehicles that will pass will be a Toyota brand. That's how much impact they made on the world. But Toyota is known for reliability, durability, dependability, not comfort, not luxury. That's what they are known for. My father says, Toyota, buy Toyota. It doesn't leave you on the road. When poverty starts attacking your mind, you start thinking a certain way. The man is not saying, I'm not saying Toyota is not good, I'm not saying so. But he said, buy Toyota all your life, buy Toyota, because it doesn't leave you on the road. Put a lot of brand image on reliability. But in their strategy room, someone suggested, why don't we go into luxury vehicles? which is a good suggestion. But no, with the brand image you have built over the years, how successful will you be? No matter how luxurious the vehicle is, once there is that oval logo, Toyota on it, it will not attract luxury vehicle lovers. So let's not go. A strategy prevailed because somebody then suggested, why don't we use diversification as a choice here? We are going to build a vehicle, a new one. We won't name it Toyota, make it log. Panda, we are new market, new product, which is simply an acronym for what? Luxury exported to United States. Case closed. The research have it that Lexus is the fourth most bought luxury vehicle in the US as of today. I didn't say it's the fourth most luxurious vehicle. Fourth most bought luxurious vehicle today, because they chose to go by diversification. So even as we make a choice, you have to choose from among 4 options. Which way do you want to grow? No company can be diversifying or using diversification, market penetration, market development, product development to grow at the same time. It doesn't happen. Strategy is about the courage to make a choice. A choice means someone opposite and is making success, but it doesn't fit your strategy. So I asked a CEO, I got appointed to help a startup oil firm to fill out team for a smooth ride on the corporate life cycle. So I asked the CEO which strategy was going to form the foundation for his leadership for the first 3 years. By the way, what are you choosing? And then he said, one of our first choices is to be close to our customer. I said, that's not a choice. Except you have ever heard a company say, we have chosen not to be close to our customers. Have you ever heard one before? A choice means the opposite is also a route to success, but it doesn't fit into your master plan. So we don't do it that way. We brought Bernard Avle, General Manager of CTFM, who is also come and engage our strategy trainees some time ago. He made a statement. One of the statements he made, he said, when we see other FM stations copying what we do, we are happy. Then we know that they have forgotten their own strategy. And they are following ours, which we know doesn't fit theirs. So eventually it will crash. The best way to measure the effectiveness of a system is the result it produces. We all know CTFM, when it comes to the intellectual listenership markets, they seem to have taken over, right? A company may also choose to stabilize. That doesn't make sense, right? Why will you go to a meeting and decide that we don't want to grow? We just want to stabilize. Stabilization is important for the following reasons. When a company is satisfied with its gains as far as the market is concerned, you want to consolidate and protect your gain over time. And normally, because strategies are capped to periods, it can be for the next 3 years, the next 2 years, we are consolidating. If you watch National Geographic, there's an animal called a hyena. They don't hunt down an animal, no. They don't hunt down any prey, they wait. When the tiger successfully hunts down, then they will move in as an army to drive the tiger. There are hyenas in business. You do the hard work, gain the customers, then they come for it. So we said, can we consolidate and protect our gains? I'm teaching on more than 400 people are online listening, so it's not fair to be mentioning companies without their permission. Otherwise, I know a very large organization in this country who brought in a new CEO, and the directive from the board is that for the next 4 years, we are not asking you to come and grow anything. Protect our gains. Consolidate our gains. Make sure the hyena doesn't steal from us. Second reason we do consolidation is when the market is saturated. When the market gets saturated, we go to strategy session and the conversation is about, let us consolidate. Otherwise, consolidation or stability strategy when the organization have invested too much in assets, and the finance people know what I'm saying, and you are unable to demonstrate return on those assets. One of the firms I consulted for, when I met them, the first thing we have to drive was to drive stability strategy, because the organization has too much physical asset, they can't deploy them, yet we have to take credit facility to pay salaries. Successful company, say no. No more assets to be bought. We are not seeking to grow. Make sure those assets are deployed to create revenue for the organization. We also do consolidation or stability. There is a crunch, like economic crunch, like the world experienced economic crunch in 2009. Like Ghana had a near economic crunch sometime 2015 under the first tenure of John Mahama. 2022, 2023, down to 2024 under the leadership of President Akufo-Addo. And when there was COVID, at the time of COVID, I was serving as a consultant to Kempinski Hotel. One of my first recommendations is nobody's growing anything. We are consolidating our gains for the next 2 years. How to avoid bankruptcy. When the weather clears, we'll come back and drive a growth strategy. So you see how you have to mind your choice. You can make a wrong choice at a strategy conversation that can throw the organization away. When you should be choosing how to avoid bankruptcy, how to stabilize, you are choosing how to grow. The first thing to do when you find yourself in a pit, the first thing to do is to stop digging. Then you now figure out how to climb out. Of course, the next at the corporate level is retrenchment, cutting off. Remember addition by subtraction? In my strategy class, and some of my former strategy trainees are here, I mentioned a couple of companies. If ever they make a mistake and contract me as a consultant, the first thing I will do is to cut off a lot of things. They have diversified their investment and operations just too much, and the company's internal capacity does not support that level of diversity. So we need to cut off. At the business unit for you and everything. At the level, we are discussing specific products and services the organization have interest in. A typical bank will be looking at SME loan as a business or a product, corporate loan as a product, personal ones as a product, offshore banking as a product. As a matter of fact, even branches are separate businesses under the bigger umbrella. And when we make decisions at the level, we need to make decisions for each product or how do we call it? Or business interest also. The strategy required for Absa Bank Tema branch to succeed is not the same as Bia Yankwanta branch, because the customers are two different sets of people. In Tema, you are dealing with some elite, some professional class customers. In Bia Yankwanta, you are dealing with a different set of customers. So, suggested to the strategy world that at that level you have to make a choice between cost strategy, differentiation strategy, and focus strategy. Cost strategy is when the organization says, listen, I'm targeting the middle to the lower class. I will reduce cost of operations as much as possible. Then I can afford to charge a lower price and still have a profit margin. The goal then is to drive the buyer base so you can deliver a good balance sheet. Basic economics tells us what? The lower the price, the more the buyers. A lot of Chinese companies are built around these concepts. The differentiation, we are separating the product from competition by investing in premium features that will attract a certain class of society. Now, the choice of either of these two comes with a whole lot of strategies because there are inherent issues you have to deal with. If you are going with low cost, you have to be careful not to spark a price war. Because when you lower, the other person will respond. And all of you are dipping into your profits. And it is very easy to imitate. And lower level customers or buyers are really not loyal to any products. They can switch by heart. After all, they think I can receive call. No, so that's my mother. My mother says it doesn't matter. I say, this phone is out of fashion. It's no more fashion. I said, can he make and receive call? He said, yes. It doesn't matter. Whether it is Samsung or Tecno, they switch. So you are dealing with imitation. Anybody can do any product and put your label on it. Those customers don't have time to check. Is it truly from you? Those are inherent challenges. And there are strategies to deal with that. But first and foremost, you have to make a choice. What if you make the choice of differentiation? Few buyers. So how to drive or expand your buyer base is number one question you have to answer. And those who are in differentiation know that it will be extremely difficult for you to take the customer of the other person. Look at BMW and Mercedes. BMW lovers are with BMW. They don't have time for Mercedes. Mercedes guy said, my friend, have you ever heard anybody say, you sleep in Benz? No, you sit in BMW. Benz. And that's it. He is not ready to listen to it. They don't. But every day there is an inherent challenge for you to keep up with technology. So the likes of Mercedes, the likes of Apple, today they bring iPhone 10. Tomorrow they tell you 12. Before you know it, they confuse you with this one is a Pro. Every day they give you reason why you have to buy a new one. For the low cost, they don't have that battle to fight. But a differentiation strategy, you need to fight that kind of a battle every day, introducing new technology. Was it the 10, 11, or 12 that they started the Pro? I had a colleague who was in the US who said he has changed his ticket twice because he's waiting for the thing to come out. They said it's a Pro. I said, okay, Michael, what does the Pro mean? He said, I don't know. It's Pro. I don't know. Once they find it a new name, I'm ready to buy. Premium features that attract a certain class of society. And you have to make decisions around these things. There are companies that are able to run both at a business level. Cost leadership and differentiation. Samsung is one. The one my mom uses is 400 cedis. The one you are using is 28,000. They are all Samsung. Apple is Apple. There's no cheap Apple. Differentiation. Samsung have a hybrid of the two. So to have the Corollas for a certain class and have the Lexus for another class. Same company, but when it comes to the product, the decisions around it in strategy session will be very different because they are driving a hybrid of the two. There's a third one, which is a focus strategy, where you have a sharply defined market, geographical area, a single product or service you drive to the market. There comes these people. They actually make the company, the finance function, the HR function, the sales function, the marketing function, depending on the size of your company and what product you deal in. You can have the two together or you separate them. Production and operation, research and development. Folks, let me say this. There's no such thing called strategies. There's always one strategy. So there's nothing like our finance strategy says, our HR strategy, there's always one organizational strategy. Then there's a finance component of the strategy. There's an HR component of the strategy. There's an operation component of the strategy. This is important to meet this challenge in too many organizations. You read what the finance say is a strategy. People are doing. No relationship with what the HR guys are doing. No. That is why I say that I'll come back to this. we have to keep the goals at the corporate level, and the goals must be these 4 areas. After those goals are the corporate level, and the goals can be as many as possible depending on the capacity. I'll demonstrate the capacity of the company to you in a bit. Depending on the capacity of the organization, I guess we can have those our colleagues online. Here we have organization having corporate goals at the top. Goal 1, goal 2, goal 3, goal 4. The goals can be as many as possible. Functions, finance, they have objectives, HR, various objectives, operations, objective, production, various objectives. Single objective at the functional level must have a relationship with a goal. So the finance can have 1, 2 objectives that will achieve goal 1. At the same time, HR is also pursuing one of their objectives, the corporate goal 1. In other words, by the time we like this, you can have 1 objective, objectives, 2 objectives geared to one. And when I functions and they cannot establish a relationship between the objectives and the corporate goals, there's a problem in the coherence of your strategy so decided. Then you will be having strategies. You won't have strategy. So keeping the goals at the corporate level, where the CEO becomes the chief custodian, whilst having objectives at the functional level, and the head of the function is the custodian of those objectives. Also an inherent challenge with this. The moment you have department of managing their responsibility affecting the entire organization, that mindset helps us to ensure that every function is aligned. I've conducted or facilitated strategy sessions for some organizations, and by the time we are through and returned to Accra, the CEO had fired some managers. It's happened a couple of times. Sometimes you feel a bit guilty because then the CEO have now come to know that you are the reason we have not been achieving our. Because, like we always say, the strength of the chain lies in the weakest link. The weakest link determines the overall strength. Organization who couldn't answer very basic questions at strategy session. I didn't recommend his termination. But when we got to Accra, under 1 week, the CEO had removed him, the CFO, because he couldn't find answers to questions we had asked at the strategy sessions. Folks, strategy sessions are sessions, thinking sessions, and this is the thinking process. You know, the average strategy session in our part of the world is chilling session. Are you aware? Yeah, we've worked, we are tired. So we are going to Treasure Island to go and do strategy session. So one of the banks hired me to facilitate their strategy session. On the way to Ada, apparently I was driving behind them. They were all in one bus, I think just for team purposes. They decided that every manager should leave his car. So they were all in one bus. And I was behind them. I didn't even know they were the ones. Till we all got to, if you know Treasure Island in Ada, you have to leave your vehicle at Chalekope. Then you ride on the river to the facility. They arrived, I also arrived. One of them recognized me. Jeff, okay, you are the one coming to lead the strategy conversation. I say yes. Then another manager is dropped on our conversation. A young man, so you will be leading the session. I say yes. My friend, what time are you starting and closing per day? And so we take off at 9, we close 4. 4, close 2. We beg you. We came here to unwind, to chill, to relax. The guys have hired me, they will pay me their advice. So when they talk, I will close to day. So day one, we took off. And before we go to lunch at 1 p.m., I gave an assignment. You will understand it very soon around here. That all functional heads must find solutions to the assignment before they come to the next day's session. So the assignment was given around midday. You finish at 1, or you do it up to 1 p.m., go to lunch at 1, and then by 2 p.m., you are done for the day. That's what they instructed me to do. So I gave the assignment. Folks, let me not waste your time. As of 8 p.m., they were still in the room. I didn't stop them. They did. Because if you don't find a solution, you will not be confident in day two's conversation. And this, this aqua bike, this bicycle you ride on the river. So me, I took it, I was riding on the river. I said 5. I heard one of them say, aqua wafer. He has locked us down in this room. And he's chilling. Even as consultant, we don't have it with you. Sometimes you are showering, the water is pouring on you. You now remember an idea, you stop bathing and go and write it down. They are thinking sessions. Now, this is a simple guide, and let me give GA Consulting, who have created this framework. I use it a lot in guiding organizations in conducting their strategy sessions. Step 1 simply talks about organization. Who are we? Your ability to understand your own organization is key to developing a strategy for organization. Because you are not built for everything. It's like asking a fish to fly, or using your watch to write on a piece of paper. It's not built for that. So who your mission, your purpose statement, why you exist? But what do you want to become? So missions are purpose statements that speak to the now. Who are we? What are we established to do? Who do we intend to serve? Why must we continue? A typical mission statement must provide answers to these 3 questions. It's a purpose statement, a business statement, and why it must continue. But for me, if you ask me, what really separates 2 organizations is the vision. So there are 2 banks that started in this country, same month, same year. I'll mention the positive one, or the one that I consider have grown a lot, EcoBank, and another bank started in this country, same month, same year. Today, the other bank can barely 30% of the total asset of EcoBank. They all have the same mission. But what really did the separation is the vision that drives them. In between them are some guiding principles called the values. This conversation is important because when we get there, we are going to anchor certain decisions in step 1. The story is told of some 2 footballers who happens to be siblings. We have quite a number in Ghana. Asamajan and the brother, Laye Kingston and the brother, the Ayu brothers, etc. Both of them started playing from school. But just after school, or some years after school, say 4, 5 years, one got called to an international club. The other was still playing Interco. You know Interco? Kanishi LA versus Ablekuma B. The guy who plays behind your window and disturbs your sleep at the footballer. The one playing at Manchester United is also a footballer. Same mission. They are playing ball. What separates the 2 of them is that one is playing his ball or have taken his game to the international level. One is still doing local. Simple. So the story is told of the 2 footballers. The elder got called by an international club 4 years after they graduated from secondary school. The younger one was still playing in Taco. So one fine morning, the younger one went to the elder one. Bro, what is your secret? We all started playing in school. How did you get here? And I'm still here disturbing people's sleep. Or is it true? I learned that to be able to play to the international level, you must see a juju man. The elder one said, "Oh, you don't know? It's true. So you haven't seen any juju man. Nobody has worked for you. Come on, you're my brother. See me first thing tomorrow morning. I'm going to take you to the juju man that did mine for me." So in the morning, the younger one arrived. The elder one took him to the juju man. The juju man gave him some powder every morning. Smear it on your face. Go to the field and practice 2 hours non-stop. Repeat same evening. Now, when you tell an African man juju says, you have finished him, you've done the work. Religiously, meticulously, the guy did this every day. With a few other rules here that commands discipline and etc. Not quite 3-4 years, the guy got called by the international club. He was happy. That's the younger one. Even days that he won matches, following day he was on the field practicing. Because the juju doesn't take excuse except you are sick and bedridden. Until one day he got fed up. So he went to his elder brother. "Bro, I'm tired. I came here to say a thank you to you. The reason you took me to that juju man is done. This practice every morning, evening, I'm tired. Can you take me to the man to undo what he did so I can rest a little?" And the brother collapsed with laughter. I said, "Who will juju? That powder we bought at Abogloshi Market and gave to my best friend to give to you to smear on your face. There was no juju anywhere. You are an indisciplined person. I needed you to keep focus. Each of us that got to where we did values and principles. Today you go to companies, like having core values is prestige. Everybody have some. And then they hang it at reception. What they mean, they don't know, they don't care. And you know the beautiful words you like using: respect, excellence, integrity, yes? Teamwork, service, professionalism. International mindedness, that's a wonderful one. And if I am your leadership trainer, I will start from what your values say. And I've taken on so many managers who know next to nothing the importance of the values in the organization. In one bank who have respect, and I asked, "What does respect mean in this company?" And he was giving me dictionary definition of respect. I said, "No, we all understand what Oxford Dictionary says about respect. How is it applied here? So that in our organization, when a staff misbehaves and you come before me, one of the first questions you will answer, by this behavior, which of our values have you compromised?" Once you can answer, your punishment is halved. That means you are conscious. But if you don't have the answer, we send you out for training. Because we agree values that progress us to accomplishing our vision. So those words you just told me are actually nice words. But do we live them? Integrity, do you understand it? Walking your talk, doing what you say you would do, and not compromising on ethical issues, etc. We had these two gentlemen from a mining firm that brought us a check about 8 times our fee to come in. And you know, the company will not give you a cash check. They'll put the organization which course you are going for on the check. About 8 times our fees. They brought the check. And accountant said, "No, this is not the fee we charge." They said, "Oh, yes, we know. But we want you to pay it into the two guys. Pay it into your account and give us the difference." So, "No, we don't do that here." "Oh, actually, because the company knows that they will buy books." I said, "We don't sell books here. Your materials are all encapsulated in your..." Then he goes like, because the company knows there will be the mining firm is in Western region, they will be taking vehicle to and fro. So at that point, the accountant said, "Okay, I want to call your finance office and let them know our fees. but you want the difference because of trans. So no, don't make such call. Then we became sure that they wanted to outsmart the organization. And we said, no, we don't. And they will issue threats. Then we won't take your course. We won't recommend you to anybody. My friend, high sales is not tantamount to growth. Dr. Mensa Otabe says if it's not built on truth, it doesn't last. So that is how they didn't, because happy with this story I'm sharing with you that it didn't have to take me as the founder. No. Decisions were made and the persons were not admitted. And I only got to know in management meetings later. You've paid your fees for one or two reasons you don't want to take the course again and you haven't started yet. We refund your fee the same day, not the following day. Come and try us and see. Don't collect your fee, take the course. So the first one is to understand the organization's environment. That's a big one. And it's important for every organization to do that at strategy session. Who are we? But what are we operating in? The upper column, strengths are internal. You have control over them and their presence. The purpose of a strength is what? So we can leverage on what our strengths are. I kindly advise that when you do SWOT at the corporate level, do it for every function as well. It helps a lot. Because when and the functions are coming out with objectives, the objectives will also be influenced by what their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are. And please don't just go to AI templates, because I've seen it in too many companies. They tell you strengths that when you start interacting with them are not strengths. They give you weaknesses, you start interacting with them, they don't reflect what their weaknesses are. So head of department, sit down, think, reflect, and get to know what your strength will take so we can mitigate their impact sort of on the organization. And the idea is that the things you list as your weaknesses this financial year, by next year, you should be able to flip a number of them, because you should keep an eye on them and working towards how do I reduce this weakness. Every organization, not some, every, large, medium, small, have strength and weakness. The fact that you haven't about them. Did you say you are small and the other company is big? Their size is their strength. Nobody questions their credibility. There's a large institution whose name I mentioned in my lecture hall. They are large. When you call them, you don't ask them, are you accredited? You don't ask. You don't ask who are the instructors. That's their strength. They are like the motorbike, the articulated track on the road. And then we are like the motorbike. You know, traffic doesn't carry motorbike. Ship. As large as they are, decision making is slow. Academic committee, then dean's office, then to go to board of regents. Sometimes you have to go to Jubilee House. GTEC. When across the table. In the morning, we implement it in the afternoon. By the following morning, we are seeing results. So, always are going to be questioned. You answer a lot of questions before you enroll. However, the content, you can't compare it to what's happening there. One. Number two, we then will provide convenience, innovation, and speed. And as motorbike, like I said, traffic will be your problem. Now, the time is the same as your competitor's strength. Take it off. It's no more a strength to you because everybody have the same. Done SWOT on your competitors because you have to choose 2 or 3 top players in your industry. As much as possible, get information on them, conduct SWOT on them too. It's not to you longer. Same businesses. Then or sometimes enrolling them for training, sometimes transferring them, go to the other units, or go to the internal of HR, of operations, of risk of treasury, depending on the environment. In understanding the organization's environment is here. Our opportunities and threats. They are external, means we don't have control. They are futuristic most of the time. We position to take advantage of the opportunities, what the threats are, to decide how to ameliorate its impact on the organization before they come to fruition. So over here, external evaluation metrics. Depending on the outcome of that metrics, the organization decides whether to put more resources in mitigating its threats. It's very important. That informs resource allocation when we are doing budgeting. That is a larger economic environment. What's the But you can't be a large corporate institution and not care about nation's gross production, gross domestic product. You cannot fail to care about organizations' inflation, the exchange rate, the effects in any and the finance gurus know how to make room for exchange rate loss. In this country, discuss exchange rate loss, not exchange rate gain. Make room for it as a shock in the strategy so that the impact doesn't affect you too much. And of course, media review, we'll see how things would also go. Now, social environment very well. If you do it very well, very good advantage of it. Now, I've met many organizations. I shared this with you so that if you are also one of such, you stop. Where them they have time win. By the time we day in focus, what I'm doing here is an open session. I'm not focusing on any one organization. But if we're focusing on you, meaning we will understand your organization, because initially we'll administer a strategy framework for one for the CEO to respond to, the other for all functional heads to respond to. Based on your response to those questionnaires, we get closer to understanding your organization. Then we do a needs assessment. So, okay, I now appreciate why it's important that we don't just go to meeting and start from goals. Granted, you've done step one well. And we goals broader, longer term, bigger one. And that's why I say keep it at the corporate. Objectives will be the litmus test of SMART. I hope you haven't forgotten. Because too many companies write wishful thoughts and mistake it for goals. So the goal must be specific, it must be measurable, actionable, realistic, and time-bound. Now, there's an introduction of another letter. It's called C. C stands for challenging. So SMART C. Challenging, the C is to take care of realistic, because people hide behind realistic and set mediocre goals. So after you have said that realistic, when we subject it to you see, we have the capacity. Have you read this book, The Psychology of Success? Let me tell the entrepreneurs in this house, for instance, or even every individual. If I told you that you are supposed to create million cities in 2 years, that's 2 million a year, right? Do you know the initial reaction of a lot of people? That kind of money, how? How do we make it? But you also know that if you were told if you don't make that money in 2 years, you'll go to jail for 20 years, you'll find a way of making the money. Yeah. You'll find a way of making the money. The ability to create, but you didn't have the right environment, the right motivation. Yeah. A lot of people talk about there's no time this day, there's no time. It's not a problem of time, it's a problem of attention. You're not focusing on anything. That's it. If you focused, you could. Do you know if you ask a pregnant woman to run 5-month pregnancy, she'll remind you of her pregnancy. But do you also know if you release a wild dog after her, she'll manage to run? The ability to run is in her. She didn't find the right motivation. Simple. So make sure the goals stretch the organization. So at the end of the day, and then we will measure actual versus budgeted. Then we'll find a discrepancy, and that becomes our performance improvement zone. So what are you scared of? Because nobody gets arrested for setting high goals, right? Yeah, I taught a student who graduated with 3.98 GPA. Shireen, my friend, 3.98 GPA. Are you okay? Are you fine? How did you get here? He said hey, she wants to become president of this country. And then I started laughing. I said, my friend, nobody for dreaming. And our mind works like magnets. MBA this qualified lawyer with PwC. When they read her profile, I called the MC, don't read my profile, just call me. This little girl cannot come and embarrass me here. Because this is what I realized. Get on the way of that high goal. Always better than if you never had a high goal. Did you get what I just said? You may not achieve that height, but because that height is your focus, wherever you get to, not up to there, is always better than if you never had. That's right. Focus eliminates. Let me repeat it. Focus eliminates. When you focus on big things, you don't even see small things. And when you focus on small things, the bigger ones will also elude you. There's a proverb in my village, let me paraphrase free of charge for you in English. It says that a man who wants to discover deeper waters must first learn how to lose sight over the shores. A man who wants to discover deeper waters, if you're a fish and you jump in the sand, jump by each other and you are happy, you do your fishing along the coast. Do you know which fish swim by the coast? Small fishes. But if you want to catch big fish, you need to learn how to paddle your boat to deep seas, where the big fish swim. Do you know by the time you will arrive at deep sea, you will no longer be enjoying the children play. You have to make a choice between the two. Because the children playing is entertaining enough. What I'm saying here is not about children playing in sand. Extrapolate it to bigger issues. The children playing in the sand is entertaining. But that can rob you of your focus and ability to catch the big fishes. So please, let's stop celebrating mediocrity and mistaking it for excellence. Little things are impressing. There's something I call stomach direction vision. It can feel only your tummy, nobody benefit. Charlie, if the thing is a vision, it must meet some quality. Number one, your vision must scare and excite you at the same time. It must scare you because each time you think about it, you must miss a heartbeat. Woof, can I really achieve this? We're talking about vision here. But at the same time, it must excite you anytime you imagine having achieved it. If it doesn't excite you, you are not passionate about it. Steve Jobs said the only way to do a great work is to love what you do. And excite you. The vision, it must confront your comfort zone. It must question your laziness and challenge your indecisions. That's the second quality. It must confront your comfort zone. Too much comfort. You must question your indecisions and challenge your laziness. It's a vision. You must focus your attention. Charlie, there are too many things fighting, especially these days. Social media. You're on Facebook, with this WhatsApp comes, then it takes your mindset away. As you are responding to it, there's something on IG. Charlie, if you don't program your mind, you just go to the day and it's business as usual. And if it's a vision, that's the fourth one. You must attract resources. Visions naturally attract resources. In the absence of it, resources come and go, and sometimes you are not aware. You don't know. I shared a quick story. Is it 2 Saturdays ago when I was doing productivity seminar about my uncle, one Professor Kaho, who was former director of Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. He said he built a 3-bedroom house when he was a regular junior staff Atomic Energy Commission. One weekend he took from the office. Said, "This is my house." I said, "What? You?" But we all know how much we earn. Do you do any other thing aside? They say, "Oh, no." Then my uncle said he reminded them that each of you here have the same houses. So how? I don't have one. So you have in your tummies. The same amount of money you chill with after work. The beer, meat, and the rest. It's the same money I send to the cement seller. Then I give this to the iron rod seller. Sometimes all it takes to own a house is to have a piece of land. Sometimes those of you are built, you know what I'm saying? The building comes up, you are not sure. How did you do it? But somehow. Now, do you know in the absence of that vision to raise that building, the same resources was going through your pockets, except you are not aware. And that's what I mean when I say vision attracts resources. Sometimes a potential helper is by you. You are not aware because you don't have a vision yet. Yes, you are not aware. So the vision come and go. I shared this story I just shared with you. I was training for new month managers, and one of them said, "Hey, he has 80 bedroom." The guy was not joking. Though. He escorted me to my car. He said, "You could see tears on the guy's eyes." I said, "I've wasted a lot of money all these years. No special vision." And folks, when the thing is a vision, it's like the universe connives, come together just to make sure you succeed. Give it a try. The fact that you have failed first, second is not the problem. Failure is not even the opposite of success. It's the foundation of success. It's part of it. You can't. The two of them are in tandem. You can't separate them. I've written a book which is still on my laptop anyway. I haven't published it. The book is titled "The Freedom to Fail." A colleague of mine saw the book. He said, "People are writing about success. You are writing about." Read the content first. The freedom to fail. Those who fear failure, you know, will also not see success, right? So, my friend, go and move. What are internal our external environment, and then what resources are available. So you see, you can't setting goals. Forgive this word is not good English, but we still use by heart. The right way to say is anyhow. We just set goals. Sometimes you take organization, and from the word "go" as consultant, you know they can't accomplish it because the goal is not anchored in. It's just nice things we put on paper. And then when you have great guys who can make good presentation, sometimes we allow the functional heads to come and make presentation at the strategy session. They'll sweep you off your feet. Nice things. They speak good English. I went to do strategy session for a bank in Kumasi. And when one guy finished the presentation, told the CEO, "Charlie, what this guy is a great guy, so don't mind him." Last 3 years, in the same presentation, last year too, sir, you will talk, you won't do anything, don't mind him. So for me, if I'm sitting in a strategy session and you are making presentation, I have my lens on. But when you finish, you have to answer questions, relationship between that objective. But you mentioned this as your weakness. How do you want to do this? Okay, these are your strengths. How come the goal is not rather talking about this? Which goals are taking advantage of the opportunities you have identified? But this threat, if not dealt with, how do you then achieve those? Because when we finish, then we will come out with what we call must win battles. The things that if we don't skip, if we don't, barriers, if we don't cross, those goals are not seeing the light of day. I'll talk about those things in the second. That's after we have a short tea break for you. In the second part, I'll be talking about leadership to execute the strategy. So for those of you who are already masters of formulating and developing strategy, maybe this part one is not too beneficial because 48.6%, according to Boston Consulting Group, of all those who go through the trouble of developing strategy, don't even have the strategy seeing the light of day. So I thought that we should dedicate a whole session to leadership for the execution of the strategy. Your goals are, in terms of the goals are the corporate, they are called in know about the organization and the organization environment. Those goals and objectives you have, we need to subject them to strategic analysis. The first thing we do is to come out with alternatives. You can't just give us, this is how I want to do it, and it's done. No. Develop two other plus that one. That means three alternatives to achieving it. So the goal is we are traveling from Accra to Kumasi. That's the goal. How do we get there? By air, by private vehicle road, by VIP bus road. You are giving us the alternatives to achieving them. Through the alternatives, we will now evaluate each of the alternatives. That is where I got that those bank managers who couldn't leave the room till 8 p.m. You are giving us the evaluation. The evaluation is normally from three perspectives. It can be more, but normally these are the generic. What is the financial impact of the choice you have made to achieve that goal? What is the time required? There are two currencies in the world. We all know that by now. If you don't know, please know that there's a currency called time. It is much bigger a currency relative to money. So financial is currency one, time is currency two. Then the brand image, the impact of that decision on the image of the organization. You are conducting a complete cost. So objective, you will come up with three alternatives. What that means is that if you have 5 goals, how many alternatives do we have? 15. If you have 8 objectives at a functional level, you are giving us 24 alternatives, 3 per objective. And so this is where the organization actually will be in the strategy room. Which one will give us the best competitive advantage in terms of funds, time required, brand image, and then we conduct a cost-benefit analysis. Madam, yeah, you know how much I love that your story. Since you share, I need to pay you for the story. Because since you shared it, I have taught it everywhere I go. Do I have your permission to share it? Beautiful. Good. So, yeah, what director of Las Palmas restaurant? We all know Las Palmas. Black and white color. Beautiful. that's the one we know the most, huh? So, yeah, Watts is the managing director. She took professional certification in strategy. I think you were in cohort 6. 7. Cohort 7. Okay. We are preparing for cohort 9. So you are old. We finished collecting your money. God bless you. Now, so Las Palmas went for a strategy session. I don't know if they call it strategy session, but it was a meeting to make decisions. So I'll call it strategy session. Now they realized that they made a lot of their money from proteins, not the carbohydrates. The carbohydrates are the fufu, the banku. The real profit is from the meat, the fish, and the rest they sell. And then they sell egg too. They don't make a lot of money on the profit on the egg, break even or even loss. So they took a strategic decision because a percentage, let's say some 7% of their customers, come to buy Give me banku, plenty soup, one egg. You can imagine. The banku you have bought, no profit for me. You won't buy meat or fish. The egg, I'm not making profit. I spend a lot of money to prepare the soup. So they took a strategic decision to great decision from financial perspective to cut off the 7%. Since you won't come here and buy banku without anything. Since we don't sell egg, don't come at all. Make sense? Great decision. Unfortunately, they didn't consider the decision on the brand image in an environment like Ghana. Very soon, the news went out that at Las Palmas, they use juju to sell the food, and the juju doesn't like egg. That's why they don't sell egg. The 7% they wanted to take care of, they lost about 70% of their customers because they bought into. In New York, who cares? In London, who cares? The food is nice. Case closed. I don't care whether you are using whatever. And they don't use anything to sell. It was a pure strategic decision. Unfortunately, when it comes to the issue, very well, the salespersons were not brought into the picture to understand the conventional wisdom. That's where the leadership comes in. I'll be talking about leadership when we return from coffee break. To appreciate the wisdom. So they couldn't engage the customers. And so a customer talks, and at this point I'm conjecturing. A customer talks about why they don't sell. I'm sure some of those sales get added to it. We don't know. The people had the talk. That's it. A Ghanaian, over here we unapologetically, we interpret everything from spiritual perspective. Whoever did this to us, I do not know, but they have done well. And you need to watch it. Let the lizard pass here now. An American will rationalize it first. Why is the lizard passing? Has it laid egg here? Because lizard is God's creature. We know there's something called lizard. Why will your first reaction is, hey, who are you? I don't understand. Who sent you? Tell them you did not find me. No, I don't understand. A distribution company, they are into distribution, so they have vans. They move these fast movable consumable products to supermarket every morning. Now, HR called me some time ago. Jeff, go ahead. Anytime a driver found a way to smuggle his car keys home, denying the company opportunity to use an asset that it has bought to generate revenue. Because the fundamental philosophy of the driver is that any other driver that the car he uses will take his car away. When you drive the car I drive, you will kill me. I said the company belongs to him. So HR called me and I said, we'll change the policy. Don't assign a car to anybody. Every Monday when you report, go to HR or transport. We decide which car you drive for the week. So let them get used to driving different cars, and that nonsense stopped. I don't know who did it to us. I heard that Las Palmas doesn't sell egg because of juju. This is the history behind it. It was a strategic decision from a financial perspective to cut down on waste of those less than 10% people. In other words, they would have been better off accommodating the 7% than losing 70% of their market. And I have also heard it I heard it before you shared it in the class, but I didn't have the insight. Though, and to be honest with you, juju thing, because I honestly don't have time for juju matters. I tell people when I get to my office and I see feather and powder, I will clean, I won't pray, I'll just clean, sit and work. Somebody said, and I said, wow, where are you going? So what is in you is going will nullify what is on that. I just don't believe in those rubbish. What is that? Somebody will kill me. You have not put a gun on my neck. You've not used cutlass on me. I don't believe you can just do something in your cocoa, I'll die. I don't believe it. So I don't even think about it. And I don't think about witches walking around. No. I don't think about them. If they exist, I thank God for them. But they don't come into my life because I don't pray against witches. I've never prayed that prayer, witches. I've not prayed against them before, but I don't believe they exist. Attitude is a product of belief. My belief is they don't exist, so I don't plan on how to defeat them. So remember of the organization in that decision. And that is where some of your core values and all of that then come to play. Now, based on this, we will choose one of the three options. The general rule of thumb is 3. It helps you to do. If you have time, you can increase the options to 5. Otherwise, 3 is standard to make such. So if we're traveling from Accra to Kumasi by air, what are the pluses? What are the advantages or the positives? Speed. We arrive then timeously. We are well rested. What are the negatives? Cost. Flight cancellation. If you have experienced it once, you cry. I'm telling you. Too many times it's happened to me. They'll just come and say, I've been threatening taking one of their local airlines to court because one of their deputy managers happened to be a student of mine. So I called her. I'm told people have mechanical problems. Let me be honest with you. The aircraft is Lagos. Is here to, to come to Accra and carry people to. So I said I was going to court. And I went to my lawyer. It's difficult. What can you? They will come and say it in court. And then your case is filed. You know. So those are pluses and disadvantages. Vehicle. If you, yes, to a flight. If you were driving yourself, you save cost of driver and keep the money, but your back will pay the price. If you go with driver, you will rest your back, but you pay the driver and get him accommodation and feed him whilst you are there. So we say we want to avoid all of this. We'll go with VIP. The first punishment is you watch a Jacko movie, whether you like it or not. From Accra to Kumasi. Using movies. The time you finish, your little intelligence has disappeared. But you will watch, you know. Then you will spend like 7 hours on the road. But it takes it very easy on your pocket. So companies really have to make it money, for instance. If you have the time and you don't have money to buy 3 square meal of meal, then you sit on VIP for 8 hours. But if the time is your greatest asset in your case, then you pay the money, you do the analysis. So somebody's situation is never like yours. And you do your own analysis to decide. But either of the 3, you will land in Kumasi. Now, one of the advantages, in the event that plan A fails along execution, there's already a well thought through B and C for you to make a choice. It actually aids much more smoother execution of the strategy along. We then make a decision based on this analysis, but that decision must also be anchored in stakeholder demands. I don't know which industry you are in and who the regulators are. One of the greatest corporate lessons I tell, both positive and negative, about that same company is UT Financial Services that later became UT Bank. To be honest with you, I was one of the first persons who thought that it was a mistake for UT to become a bank. Because after studying their business model, I thought better institute study was one of their greatest assets and currencies they use. Remember, if all say no, we ask why not? A loan in 48 hours. At the time, the traditional bank will process a loan for about 2 months before they deliver it. They know that the Ghanaian businessman doesn't plan ahead. If he says he needs a loan, he needs it today. And they took advantage of that to deliver the loan in no time. Sometimes, no matter the interest you were willing to pay. Then they became a bank. I actually met the chief operations officer in one program, this CTFM management boot camp. One captain, Budukumsa. How did you guys become a bank? He said, well, some of us really cautioned it at strategy meeting, but we were told we were men of little faith. We didn't believe that we could run a bank. Beautiful story to be told. And I hear Amwabin tell it. And the honesty with which he tells the story is what I'm happy about. Yes, they became a bank, and they wasted too much time in altering their culture. I'm sure you're familiar with that popular statement attributed to Peter Drucker, that culture will have strategy for breakfast. When you became a traditional bank under the strict lens of Bank of Ghana, and if you read the Bank of Ghana report, there were basic issues as single obligor limits that were compromised by UT. If you use the balanced scorecard, beyond your internal learning and growth, the business processes, the financial perspective, the customer perspective, they were not ticking a lot of the boxes, the points. And for me, most of the banks whose licenses were withdrawn and the rest, some of them were really doing well. They were best bank in this, best bank in that. And 2 years after that, they had crashed. And when you use the balance scorecard litmus test, you realize that a lot of them were emphasizing some of the perspectives and forgetting. That is what lends credence to the statement I made earlier on, that high sales is not always tantamount to growth. You can be selling and not building structures. So the stakeholders, the regular stakeholders of any business are the regulator, the owners of the organization. The owner have where he is going. He tells you, oh, I don't like this, I don't like that. Those who have been my strategy students, you hear me share the story of we developing a 5-year strategy plan for an estate company. The whole conversation was the initial interviews we ran, the direction they want to go and all of that was about affordable housing. So our market research, profiling the customer, the industry, the buying capacity of the customer, all those analysis we did before we started putting the plan together were based on affordable housing. One fine evening, I had a call from the CEO. Jeff, I'm no more interested in affordable housing. I want to go into luxury homes. The owner have spoken. I know he had called the info beer. It was at beer bar. The guy has his money. What will you say? Somebody said he used to respect men who wear suit and tie all the time. If you are wearing suit, don't feel bad. I just took off mine in the car and stepped here. He said, I used to respect men in suit as I considered them to be successful until I discovered they work for people who wear jeans and wear polo shirts. The guy is wearing jeans and polo shirt, instructing me what to do. He has his money. Now, that call, that singular call, changed the entire dynamic of the strategy we're building for them. Of course, he was willing to pay for a new one, but I'm only letting you appreciate that the owners of the organization, the stakeholder, the regulator, you can give me many others, sometimes even management team. Now, this is how Barclays left Africa, for instance. Barclays is a British firm. They hired a new group CEO who was looking at his portfolio. He looked at Barclays America and what they are bringing on board. He looks at Barclays Europe, Barclays Australia. Then he looked at Barclays Africa. The guy is an investment banker. You know, investment bankers, they deal in big amounts of money, you know. He looked at what Africa is bringing and said, is this why I'm going to be having sleepless nights? No. The philosophy of the CEO. Sell off the assets. It's not really a total buyout by ABSA because ABSA is already a subsidiary of Barclays in Africa that Barclays have a larger percentage. So they have offset a lot of their assets to them. But the philosophy of top management. This is a CEO who believes in financing assets through equity. Another one believes in financing assets through debt or liability. The philosophy of top management. Because if the decisions are not in top management decisions, chances are that The strategy will be a prestigious document, but it will not have strength. So when we start the interviews to do a strategic plan for you, we start from the CEO, the board chair. We go through all functional heads. We have scheduled interview sessions with them. When we finish, we come back to the CEO. This is what your finance man says. This is what your marketing, blah, blah, blah. And then we now go to work on the document. When we finish and we give you the draft copy, you are supposed to go and debate it and come back with your issues before we now give you a final. So the document is reflective of your aspirations, except that we are bringing a professional touch to it, which will serve as a roadmap to guide the organization. Ideally, I should be taking questions at this point because we are breaking short 20 minutes tea break. But the time is just 3 minutes to 11:40. So back session 1. Before we go to session 2 is 2 hours, 12 to 2 p.m. and then we are. But I'm getting the signals from this guy. So let me do this quickly before you go. This is a statement coming from strategy is aimless. You are executing. I've answered this question several times. We don't have strategic plan, but we are making profit anyway. So what is your problem? And I said, who said you will not make more profit than you are making if you had a strategic plan? But you wait until the wind blows. Then you are not in control of the dynamics that influence the success you are making. Then you'll be thrown out. Without a strategy, execution is execution. The strategy itself is useless. And that is what I'm paying attention to in section 2. But my director of marketing, Ben Yelson, says I should tell you that if you grow for our next program, get ready. It is starting on the 21st of February. That's professional certification and strategy. Not to be in a management role or a professional to be able to take the course. We don't take rank and file workers. There you have the modules. Module 1 is understanding the environment of strategy. Module 2 is strategic planning process. Module 3 is strategy formulation. Module 4 is competitive group strategies, organizational change and transformation, strategic governance, strategy execution, and then strategic plan presentations that we do here. Some of you who are taking our course have met some of these people. Some of them come to leadership to teach in leadership class. Some come to teach in strategy. Resource persons who teach the institute. Some of you, I had a message from the administrator that some of you want the slides we are using for you. Fine. It's an open session, but we'll give it to you. So if you want it, just request it and then you will have the slide. When we come back, break, I'm sure you know this number because that's what you contacted to. That's our everything you want to know about a professional course. You contact this and it will be shared with you. So when we come back, break, we would look at part, which is leadership for execution. We have a 20-minute recess, which is tea break. Our colleagues online, we're on break for 20 minutes and it's 11:40. I'll be here 12 o'clock, not 12:01 to start part 2 because we are closing at 2 p.m. So if you are online, unfortunately, we don't have the technology yet to send you your coffee virtually or via WhatsApp. But those in person will have some coffee for 20 minutes and at 12 o'clock, operation.
want to officially welcome you all to the Institute of Leadership and Strategy, where we are passionate about developing leaders and corporate executives. And so once again, you're officially welcome to the Institute of Leadership and Strategy.
How do you build a complete institution of the sort and resign from it? And I always remind them, stepping back is part of leadership.
All I want to say is that we don't take these decisions arbitrarily or based on emotion.
I felt very included in today's discussions. The lecturer today was also very exciting, very innovative, and he definitely kept the class alive.
The orientation, the delivery has been perfect, and I am so excited.
Naturally, systems are evolving, organizations are evolving, and you cannot afford to remain static. You need to be strategic in your approach in solving problems.
The first day has been very impressive. I've met a number of people already. I think that this environment creates the right opportunity to network with people of like-mindedness and also, connect business-wise.
Distinguished executive strategy leaders, industry captains, and of course, fellow professionals, we would like to warmly welcome all of you. In our traditional parlance, we say Akwaba. Tonight, it's not just an inauguration of an association, but we are activating a movement that will dictate the pace and the direction of this country and the continent as a whole.
This evening is a response to a simple research document I came across. And that Boston Consulting Group's research sought to suggest that managers at the lower level have as much as 72% of them not understanding or appreciating what strategy is. And we felt that we could respond to that gap, that shortfall. That is our greatest motivation for bringing together practitioners of strategy to advance the cause of strategy practice, particularly in corporate Africa. By developing managers and professionals and executives in strategy, from strategic leadership to strategic planning to strategy development to control. That is one key thematic area we don't joke with in the executive class, strategy control. At this juncture, we want to do a launch of the professional association. Officially, the name is Strategy Professionals Ghana.
4, 3, 2, 1. The SPG.
Looking forward to having organizations build giant businesses in Africa. And we thought that one of the greatest tools we could use to do that is when there is key strategy knowledge among leaders who drive these organizations.
Distinguished executive strategy leaders, industry captains, and of course, fellow professionals, we would like to warmly welcome all of you. In our traditional parlance, we say Akwaba. Tonight, it's not just an inauguration of an association, but we are activating a movement that will dictate the pace and the direction of this country and the continent as a whole.
This evening is a response to a simple research document I came across. And that Boston Consulting Group's research sought to suggest that managers at the lower level have as much as 72% of them not understanding or appreciating what strategy is. And we felt that we could respond to that gap, that shortfall. That is our greatest motivation for bringing together practitioners of strategy to advance the cause of strategy practice, particularly in corporate Africa. By developing managers and professionals and executives in strategy, from strategic leadership to strategic planning to strategy development to control. That is one key thematic area we don't joke with in the executive class, strategy control. At this juncture, we want to do a launch of the Professional Association. Officially, the name is Strategy Professionals Ghana.
4, 3, 2, 1. This is SPG.
We are looking forward to having organizations build giant businesses in Africa. And we thought that one of the greatest tools we could use to do that is when there is key strategy knowledge among leaders who drive these organizations.
It's muted, muted. What's the number now? 241. 241. So come. Yes. Come on, man. Welcome. Mike, put the welcome. Several times. Last time, actually, off the internet. Put the welcome again. The welcome.
Welcome back and to for our colleagues online, welcome. For our colleagues online, you are welcome to the second and last session. It's 12 now, 4 minutes after 12. We should be done by 2 p.m. What's the structure you rather I run? Do I take questions on part 1 or we finish part 2, which means that we ending sometime 1:40 p.m. thereabout, just so we can take questions for the 2 parts before we see them on the body. So we take off with part 2 and I will try to end some minutes ahead of schedule, just so we can take questions. Even if you are online, Please, we still can take your questions. Questions come direct to the in-person session, and then we answer all questions. Very well. So in part one, what I try to do is to provide a need to do a strategy session of formulation. We cannot just be running as an organization without understanding your environment. Um, let me issue a disclaimer that what is involved in strategy formulation or what we call strategy session is much, much more involving than probably what I try to, what my goal for part one is for you to place that premium or importance on the fact that you don't just go into the financial year without adequate planning. And rightly so, when we were on tea break, a few persons engaged me that gave me the assurance that the goal is being achieved. Because people are like, well, we just work and we don't know the importance of these kind of things. So that for me is pleasing enough. Very well. So we want to look at part two, which is leadership for execution. I've already mentioned to you how many companies spend a lot of resources, be it time, money, to develop to do strategy sessions. I have lost count of the number of companies whose sessions are either facilitated or something. And the manager says, every year we do this. But somehow we come back and the story is the same. And I'm like, the difference is that we probably are not putting in implementation, execution, and for that matter, the right leadership. Lots of people have been asking what the difference between strategy, execution, and implementation is. Execution is a broader picture, which is more like implementation plan plus control of the strategy. The two of them is what constitutes execution. But here is the question. This is a question I have asked so many companies, especially in Ghana. I work for a few companies outside of Ghana, but a lot of my market, 80% actually of my clients are Ghanaian organizations, either multinationals in Ghana or indigenous Ghanaian firms. And I wish to ask you same question. And this is the question. Why do organizations have difficulty implementing well-formulated, analysis-driven, implementable plans, but sometimes fail to achieve these plans and, for that matter, miss their performance targets? Why do organizations have difficulty implementing well-formulated? In a typical strategy session, you will appreciate the work that goes into coming out with strategic direction for the organization. We are normally analysis driven, backed up by a lot of data. They always look implementable on paper. Well, Boston Consulting Group suggests that 48.6, that's a near 50% of all companies who go through the trouble don't even have a strategy seeing the light of day. Why does this happen? In other words, what I seek to do with you in this initial state of part two is for us to appreciate why execution fails. Why execution fails. The first reason, in my candid opinion, and if I ask you to suggest to me, you will have loads of them to share with me as well. And indeed, on a good day, I will adduce to you 18 cogent reasons in my experience and candid opinion execution fails. But I'm going to run you through 3 of them. The first one is lack of leadership and direction. Lack of leadership and direction. Folks, I'd like you to know that follow documented plans, they follow leaders. So that thing you went to do at Aqua Safari, at
Royal Century. It's important too. And then you put them in a document format to be the roadmap for the organization. That is not what employees will follow. It's a leadership power managers throw behind the document that employees follow. And I'm going to give you a very practical example I have had. So I facilitated a session for Bank of Ghana, and let me be specific, the project and resolution divisions of Bank of Ghana. In one of these facilities I had mentioned this morning, the story is not about the central bank, the story is about the hotel that hosted the session. So this hotel, which is one of the resorts along the Volta Lake, the architecture of the hotel is such that you don't drive in with your vehicle. You leave your car outside and you are either carried in by a cart or you walk in or something. Now, if my memory serves me right, we arrived on Monday evening. And so I left my car outside just as everyone else did. Following day, Tuesday, which is our day one of the session, I facilitated the day one strategy session, or the day one session. And in the evening of that day, I stepped out of the hotel to my car to pick a bottle of wine I had brought from Accra. As I picked the wine bottle in my hand and attempted to access the hotel, I got flagged down by a security officer. Good evening, sir. Here, they don't allow foreign wine in, as in wine you didn't buy from the hotel. Because I'm a leadership teacher, my first surprise was, why do you say they? Where do you work? So I'm a staff of the hotel. Full-time staff, you say yes. On the payroll of the company, you say yeah, they. First and foremost, who are the they? Who was he referring to? You people who wear suits, sit in air conditioner offices, drinking tea, say I should tell you. So those are a group of people who have been to strategy session or a meeting, came back, and one of the decisions they have made is that no more are we going to allow foreign food into the hotel. Now listen to the second part of our conversation that will break your bones. They went ahead to advise me. But here is what I think you can do, sir. Go back into your vehicle, put the wine in a polythene paper, so when you are passing, no one will see you. Good. The guy was kept there to keep the gate. Strategic direction says don't allow. But that's not what he's following. There was no leadership thrown behind that direction. The guy who was kept there to keep the gate just aided me to crash the same gates. And that is what I want us to have a conversation on. Somebody must have written a certain memo and sent to security department. Henceforth, don't allow foreign food or foreign wine into this hotel. But nobody cared to engage them to appreciate the conventional wisdom behind the directive. Now, if there was a supervisor standing next to the guy, he wouldn't do what he did. The fear of the reaction of the supervisor. But once there was no supervisor, he reverted to what made sense to him. And let's take a trip into the mind of that security officer. He will be telling himself, as for you guys, if by God's grace, I've told you how religious we are around here, God's grace is available to everybody. When people work hard, appreciate them for working hard. You know, in a communal society as ours, the poor even think the rich owes them something. Prince Kofi Amobin said on something on television that shocked me. He said his family head called him and said, the money that God has for the entire family, he decided to pass it through you. So don't forget to distribute it. That's our mindset. Anybody who worked hard, studied hard, blah, 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 became somebody important, and if you think it's you, it's God's grace. Why didn't God's grace do it for you? God's grace is available, and I'm not undermining that. Work hard and appreciate people when they work hard. So those down there are thinking, that's for you people. By God's grace, you became managers. You sit at the top, giving stupid instructions. You are his boss. He won't tell you to your face. But in his mind, if somebody had his own money to buy his own wine to come and drink, what is wrong with this one too? He'll be justified in his reasoning because you failed to give him one. Folks, I want you to know that any change that is imposed is a change that will most likely be opposed. A change imposed is a change that will be opposed because the human mind is very conservative, highly conservative, and resistant to change. You know when people are motivated to change? When they understand the consequences of inaction. When they know what would go wrong if they do not act. So you can communicate strategic targets, tell people the plan, and don't put leadership behind it. Nobody cared to engage those security officers, probably at least the head, to appreciate. I don't work for that hotel, just as you do not, but we can all fairly conjecture why that policy should be existing, right? Apparently, the hotel also deals in wine, and if they allow foreign wine in, business would not grow. Does it make sense? Yeah. Or that should a customer eat anything poisonous on the hotel premises, the hotel could be held liable. These are probably the reasons for that policy. But you are not throwing leadership behind it. You just told them, we just returned from strategy session, and the new directive is that they are not following that. They are following the leaders, the leadership power thrown behind it. Now, I made a statement that the human mind is conservative and resistant to change. However, when people understand the consequences of inaction, because as humans, our mind is developed such that we are either attracted to a gain or we want to avoid a pain. These two influence decisions of humans, gain or pain. And a great communicator will always provide a picture to people. What you will gain if you don't do this, I'll do it. What will go wrong, the pain you will get if you continue doing it, then the person wants to, avoid it. I don't know how many of you have heard the importance of exercising. I've heard it several times. I didn't bother to exercise. I actually appeared before my doctor one fine evening, and he asked that question, Jeff, do you exercise? Listen to my answer. I said, Doc, no. The very nature of my work is exercise. I'm always on my feet. I'm traveling. I'm delivering lectures and trainings. And so I'm always a very active guy. In fact, I gave the doctor 2 weeks of my lifestyle just so he appreciate that this guy, he's too busy. How I have to go around 5 different cities in 1 week. And when I landed, the following day, I have to do a session for GRA, Ghana Revenue Authority. In fact, before I take the GRA contract, I had already taken Ghana Institution of Surveyors in Kumasi. So I told GRA that I cannot come. The then Director General, what's the name? Reverend Amishadai, insists that, blah, blah, blah. So I said, okay, the Kumasi one is 2 p.m. So very good. You can do my session. That is the Commissioner General, his deputies, the creme de la creme, those guys. They wanted a leadership session. So we agreed that, okay, we're going to do the session from 7 a.m. to like 1. Then I moved to the airport and jumped to Kumasi. I wasn't sure if traffic hold up in Accra. So I told him that, because I hate to disappoint my client, I've said yes to those guys already. Then he told me, they could give me a moto ride in front of me. When I heard him, I said, I will come. I wanted to feel important. So I decided to go and do the GRA training and then fly over to Kumasi and do that session. That same day, I had to do a leadership session for Benchi Enchel Lecha and Nkoma, that law firm. So aside the 5 companies the previous week, these are 3 companies in 1 day. I thought the doctor should be clapping for me. This guy is busy. He's active. He doesn't need exercise. The doctor was just quietly and gently listening to me. When I finished, I said, young man, everything you just told me now is called stress. Stress. And there's a difference between, then he put a diagram on his laptop and took me through the human body. So in the absence of exercise, you're going to be gathering fat here, your veins are going to get blocked over time. And the part that will scare you the most is that you're not going to feel it now until after 60. Do you know the following day I nearly killed myself on the pitch? Now that I know the consequences of inaction, I am motivated to act. You know the importance of drinking water, you don't drink it until you hear that radio conversation on kidney failure. One of the reasons is not drinking enough. And the following day, he drank like 1 gallon. How far? How is it going? I listened to something on CTFM, Effective Living Series, and the presenter sought to suggest that 80% of all New Year resolutions are forgotten by January ending. By January ending, 80% of all New Year resolutions get forgotten. That's scary. In other words, by April, when we ask you, say, forget it, who can achieve this in 1 year? It is easy to have a strategy to set goals, but the discipline to commit to them. And the first reason that fails is lack of leadership. There is no leadership power thrown behind the strategy. The second one is lack of communication and employee buy-in. Folks, a company of 5,000 workers, when you walk into a strategy session, you are likely to meet between 40 and 50 people, and that is right. How much more a company of about 500 people? Sometimes you go to strategy session and you meet like 12 persons. These are the key managers making all the decisions. So here we have 40 persons making decisions that will be executed by 5,000 persons. If you miss communication, the strategy is as good as dead. And I'm not just talking about go and make announcements, because I've watched with amusement how communication have been reduced to announcement sessions. We gather people and tell them what is in our mind, meeting closes. Well, you did not communicate, because if it is communication, the litmus test is engagement. Asking people their opinion. They ask you questions, you respond, you get feedback, because involvement breeds commitment. If they don't own it, even the process that leads to the strategy session itself must be bottom up. But by the time we are done, it must portray the picture of top down. Bottom up, because you are engaging people on what they thought is possible, what do you think, blah, 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 before we build it. As a leadership teacher, I interpret nearly everything around me from a leadership perspective. I watched a short clip on social media. I can't finish about communication without describing this video to you. The video was a teacher who walked to a basic classroom and picked a pupil, one of the little girls. Simple question. If I gave you 2 apples and added another 2 apples, how many apples would you have? The girl said 5. The teacher said, that's not correct. That's not true. 2 apples, another 2 apples. Little girl, how many apples would you have if I did? The girl said 5. The teacher literally called his PA, bring me apples. Handed 2 apples, added another 2. Now he asked in a very calm and pathetic tone, now little girl, how many apples do you have? The girl said 5. The teacher said, are you okay? So if I gave you 2 oranges and added another 2 oranges, how many oranges would you have? The girl said 4. The teacher said correct. The principle is the same. If 2 and 2 oranges are 4, how come 2 and 2 apples? So the teacher fired the question for the final time. 2 and 2 apples, how many apples do you have? The girl said 5. The teacher pulled her ear and said, sir, it's because I already have 1 apple in my bag. So if I add your 2 apples to your 2 apples to my 1 apple, I have 5. Now, what is the fundamental problem in this communication here? The teacher here is you, the manager. The little girl is the staff you are engaging to appreciate where you say you are going. What's the problem of this communication? Very good. The teacher was not indulgent to the students. Yes, please. The communication was one way. Very good. That was announcement. That's a preconceived, prejudiced answer. The teacher said the answer must be 4. He started it in his office. That's what is in his mind. Because when the student answered, the answer is 5. The next that should have followed, why do you say 5? Then we kickstart an engagement process. And that is what ensures a buy-in. Otherwise, say what you want to say and leave. And when you are done, we too will do what we are the ones on the ground. People, you sit at the wearing suit. driving a conditioner car, you don't know how we are giving stupid instructions. Now, folks, I'd like you to know that a leader only succeeds when the people he leads agree he succeeds. The leader only succeeds. Let all ministers of state go into a meeting with a single agenda that the president must fill with this his resetting agenda. All ministers have made up their mind. The guy will fail. He's failed already. Because they are the ones at the forefront of executing the strategy of the president. So getting a buy-in is an integral part. And folks, in people management and leadership, and people management, perception has the same impact as reality. How the followers perceive you influence how they relate to you. So as much as you can argue that, well, what they perceive me to be is not the reality, I agree with you. But unfortunately, when it comes to people management, the effect is the same. In other words, the leader must mind how the people perceive you. I'm sure you have all come across the Johari window model. The Johari window model talks about, it's a 4-box, it's a quadrant. Self-known, the things you know about yourself. Self-unknown, the things you do not know about yourself. Then the things you know about you, the things others do not know about you. Now, in the top left box, these are things people know about you that you also know about yourself. So that is in the open, right? People know about you, you know yourself. Then here, things you know about yourself that nobody knows about you. Those are our secrets. We all have some as humans. Things you know about yourself that nobody knows about you. The challenge is with the boxes on the right, the one to my right. Things others know about you that you do not know about yourself. So we all have to do finding out. Most of you here as managers have names behind your back you are called that you do not know. If you know, you are lucky. Yeah. Some of you are champion attack. And there's Mr. Know It All, Marriage Attack. I was training for, I think I can mention the name, Charterhouse. The CEO is Teresa. Teresa says, I've led my team for over 20 years. I only got to know a couple of years ago that the people are calling me a certain name. What's that name, Madame Eso, Auntie Maggie? What does it mean, say Margaret Thatcher? Huh? But Jeff, we are only as good as our last event. This 1024 labs and those in the world. He said, we are only as good as if you relax. The event goes wrong. Your brand image is gone. So I don't know what name you are called behind your back. I also got to know mine some 3-4 years ago. After leading my team for 11 years. Yeah, at the HR Certification Center, I've resigned from that institute now, yes. But I don't know, the guys were calling me a consultative autocracy. Jeff knows what to do, but he will still call you into a meeting. And I asked, what do you think? After that, he will tell you what is the right one. What I'm trying to do is involvement breeds commitment. Let the people own the decision. Don't announce it. Don't make it an imposition. When I realized they caught me, I have to change my style. Lack of communication and employee buy-in. Then we'll spend, this is why we want to talk about this, lack of execution and control of the strategy. Lack of execution. Strategies are not static plans. They are fluid. They are emergent. They evolve. So you cannot put a strategy. Can there be a variation or a change between what the strategic plan is and what you have executed? The answer is yes. But there must be, as much as possible, a minimum variation. If the variation is significant, one of two things is happening. It's either whoever led the development of the strategy or facilitated a session didn't quite do a good job to envisage, look at trend and look at outlook and etc. We just finished a 5-year strategy plan for the Bank Hospital, Bank of Ghana's hospital. And after we analyzed the health sector industry, the key players and all of that, even some of the executives are like, wow, this is the environment you're operating in. It helps to make better decisions in order to drive the organization much better. But when you are not in control, there will be changes. And that is why we do reviews. And I'll be sharing with you strategies to monitor the performance of the document, etc. There will be change. The problem is how we manage the change. So we said we're going to do A, B, C, D. Eventually, we realized that we would do A, B, D, not C, but we have to import E. So A, B, C, D was the plan. Now we have to do A, B, D, E. We are dropping C. In dropping that C, which is a variation between what the document says and what we actually want to do, managing the change process. Change management itself is a leadership and strategy agenda. The Akans have a proverb I'm quick to paraphrase in English. Where you tie the animal is the same place you untie it. You know what I'm trying to say, right? I don't speak very good Chi, right? I understand, yes, but I don't speak. In other words, we need you to go back into the strategy environment. You don't sit in your room. I'm the CEO. I am the board chair. I don't care. My word is final. I'm the CEO. I am this decision is about my department. And then you start causing the change. You go back into the strategy environment. Let people appreciate why the C we agreed in Adam cannot run any longer. We now have to use E instead to get buy-in and for people to appreciate. I think we are very quick to announce the what's in the change, but we never announce the why in the change. Yes, I was going to make room for questions at the tail end, but let me take this.
I wanted to know when you say go back to the strategy environment, I say you should go back to Adam.
No. It only means that those who are thank you, that's a relevant question. Those who are involved in making the decision must also appreciate why we are deviating from the decision. So there can be a variation, but as much as possible, we encourage minimum variation because we need you to stay the course. So there will be variation, but it's a minimum. And when you are going back to an environment, you don't need to go back to other to do that change. Folks, the human mind is quite interesting. I do not think God even created any human being to be dominated by another. No. There's a statement I make in leadership that we don't manage people, we manage agreements with people. Who said wives want to be controlled by husbands? The fact that they have willingly accepted to submit. Who said husbands want to be controlled? As for us, we are not even difficult. 2 things. Don't ask me where you are going and don't look on my phone. What is difficult about that? What is difficult about that? Just respect these 2. We have peace. No, that's all. You are the ones who have lots of, it's the women who have lots of rules and regulations. That's just on a lighter note. Even the children we have today don't want us to control them. I have one called Enam. Questions and answers. At the time, I'm like, who gave birth to who? My friend, you are watching television too much. Go and read your books. She adjusts her seat. You see, Daddy, I need you to understand that. I learn more from some of these television programs than when I'm reading my book. Didn't you see my grade last time? Huh? In my time, 2 slaps and a reminder. In case you have forgotten, we should reset your mind that you are the son, I am the father. Case close. But no, this day they will engage you. And that giddy doesn't solve the issue now. No. You retreat from the conversation and re-strategize. So when you know how much I brought you here. Or you come from school tomorrow, you don't find a remote. You don't find a remote. Then we are moving forward. Nobody wants to be controlled by another. I did a session for Olam executives. Olam have about 6 different business interests in Ghana. Olam cocoa, Olam biscuits, Olam sugar, Olam cashew, Olam grains. Okay, about 6 of them. So the secretaries gathered in this rather beautiful facilities, Safari Valley Resort. You know, on your way there, you'll be angry on the way. When you get there, you shut up because you just be driving through forest. But you get there and you see a beautiful hybrid of nature and modernity. As much as you have your private pool attached to your room, if you make a mistake and leave your door open, an antelope could come in to say hello to you. So I saw a lot of wildlife walking through the hotel, and I engaged my butler, the guy who was assigned to be my guard whilst I stay in the hotel. These animals that you have let loose and they are not chained, they are not caged, don't they run back into the forest? And he gave me a very profound answer, quite instructive. He said, no, they don't run back, but because they have been tamed, programmed, and conditioned to understand their ecosystem. Yes, animals obey instincts and genetic code, not human beings. You don't program people, you appeal to their conscience. You don't tame people, you make meaning to them. And I tell people that the moment you become a leader, you just earn yourself a beautiful title. It's called CMO, Chief Meaning Officer. You have to provide meaning to everything. Because you need to provide clarity. In the absence of clarity, people become confused. And when people are confused, they don't act. So lack of clarity breeds confusion. Confusion breeds inaction. Or they will act reluctantly, or they will act wrongly. Because you are not occupying your position as the chief meaning officer. When I started the HR Certification Center, which is 11 years old, I ran it for the first 8 years. And there was a lady who was my chief administrator. She accused me a few times of Jeff talks. You go to meeting, one small thing, he will talk and explain. You talk too much. So no problem. Coincidentally, when I was resigning from the institute, she was the next best qualified person to become the CEO. So we put the position. She's talking today more than me. I said, you think it's a joke? You think we are joking? The small piglet asked the mother, why is your mouth long? You didn't know the mother required it to dip into the mouth to bring out food. When you grow, you will understand. Yeah, that your boss is saying is talking too much. It's part of the work because whereas followers live in the present, leaders live in the future. And if you don't paint that picture, create destinations in their mind, and ask and get them to follow you, the organization is going nowhere. So animals obey instinct, genetic code. That's how come they can be programmed, tamed, and conditioned to understand their ecosystem, not human beings. Our mind is highly erratic. Today he says yes. Everything in him is yes. He wasn't lying to you when he said yes. Whilst he's telling you, I'm going to die in this company, my next is fixing a new interview. He's not strange. That is how the human mind is programmed. So there's a last one here. Look at this one. Things you don't know about yourself that nobody knows about you. And somebody said, then it doesn't exist. I don't know about myself. Nobody knows about me. It doesn't exist. Well, it does exist. I'll prove it to you in a jiffy. Most of the politicians who come before you and I vote for me to be MP, to be president. I am not corrupt. He just told us the truth. You know why? He's never been corrupt. Nobody knows him to be corrupt. He doesn't know himself to be corrupt. He has told us the truth. Then he gets into the office. And it is only at the stroke of his pen that 500 million Ghana cedi contract will be awarded. He considered a percentage of 500 million, 10% is 50 million. Start imagining what that money can do. There's a saying that what money cannot do, more money can do. Then ideas will start running through his mind. At the end of the day, he calls the contractor, my friend, you got to pay me 5%, otherwise I may not sign. I thought he said he wasn't corrupt, and he was right. The only time you know the true color of a tea bag is when it is lowered into the hot water. Otherwise, green tea, black tea, brown tea, they look the same when they are dry. When you lower it to hot water, you will know the true colors. It's a proverb in my village. I'm a very good citizen of my village, so I know all the proverbs. I come from Mepe just here, where the Kosovo spillage took us, people were watching us in Accra on television. The proverb paraphrase in English says, a man only gets erection when he has money at his back pocket. If you like, don't understand. A lot of the time, I didn't say all the time, a lot of the time, 7 out of 10, it is poverty. If you know how much poverty is covering, Dr. Mensa Otabil says he doesn't trust poor men who are humble. No. Who do you want to rush? Nature has programmed you to be humble. You don't have anything. So expose money and power to him. If he remains humble, you trust him. But for now, he's been conditioned to be humble in any case. The day you start making money, you will know that weekends are not for washing clothes and cleaning the house. Yeah. That's the definition we all had when we were growing up. That weekend, you clean your house and wash clothes. And now, it is redefined. Money can send you on errands. And especially in the absence of vision. Do you know resources can kill you? Oh, yeah. In the absence of vision, resources can even kill you. So I tell people that money you are looking for, first and foremost, expand your mental capacity to accommodate that success. All I ever want to do with my life, everything can be solved with, say, $10 million. Let's assume so. My brother here needs $100 million. We are not on the same wavelength. There's somebody graces each of us with $50 million each. Do you know that our attitudes will be different? Yeah. He needs $100 million. That is his capacity. He has just seen 50. He will start analyzing what to do to invest the money, which business, because he needs to increase it to 100. Me, that all my problems can be solved with 10 million. You are just giving me 50. You have killed me. We'll be all over the place, painting the city red. Everywhere. So I tell people, you need to increase your mental capacity. Otherwise, money will send you on errands you'll be shocked at. You see, when you get here, you will not just surprise people, you will shock even yourself. That thing that you say, you don't know about yourself, that nobody knows about you. I was training for Prudential Life Insurance, and the CEO, Jane, asked me, what do we do when time comes? I said, you develop values ahead of the temptation. You see, like that Christian brother and that Christian sister. The Christian brother says, I don't believe in sex before marriage. He meant it with everything in him. He wasn't lying. But when the sister had to visit, the value wasn't there that we sit outside. The sister comes inside. Holy Ghost filled by broke boy. No, that doesn't even have seat in his whole room. Then the two of them will sit on the bed. At a point in the conversation, even Jesus Christ was bringing cake. They won't stop. They will finish before I go clear. So, in the absence of the values before the time comes, you will fall. That is what we mean. That's how to stand. So don't be overconfident of yourself. Me, I am not. The opportunity has not come. When we lower you into hot water, we know the true color. The scary boxes are the one to my right. What people know about you that you do not know about yourself. And what probably people don't know about you that you may not even know about yourself. With 3 cogent reasons I'm addressing: lack of leadership and direction, lack of communication and employee buy-in, lack of execution and control. In my candid opinion, when the first box is ticked, the other 2 gets taken care of. Once you tick the leadership box, the rest gets sorted somewhat. On a good day, this is the map we provide you, the processes for implementing a strategy. The first thing is to ensure strategy alignment vertically and horizontally, and I'll explain. Vertically, because we need the functional objectives to be analogous to business and corporate goals. You have to ensure that alignment first and foremost. Horizontally, because finance need to be well aware of what is happening in HR. HR objectives must agree with what the salespeople want to do. So sometimes I take people's strategy, in fact, not strategy, strategies for one company. You look at the sales strategy, it doesn't even align with what is in the finance. Sales say we will do X, Y, Z quantity of sales. Then you multiply the figure. It doesn't agree with what the sales element of the revenue in finance is saying. Then operating department says we need this number of people, and then you go to marketing and blah, blah, blah. When you look at the human resource needs, you look at it with the recruitment objective of the HR, and the number does not align. I say, how did you come up with these objectives? There's no alignment. You have to ensure horizontal alignment, both vertical. That's the first thing in implementing strategy. The second one is to build a leadership team. Leadership team here, I'm not just talking about the executives. Depending on the size of the organization, leadership could even be at 5 layers. In Newmont, when you say you are a manager, there are 5 layers. That's a large organization. Beyond executive leadership and sometimes some senior managers in a strategy session, one of the banks hired me, and my work fundamentally was to help branch managers to lead implementation of the strategy. And normally, this is how I do my work. I will do a lot of needs assessment, including mystery shopping. I do that a lot. So I decided to go around the areas and this bank. A lot of the branch managers did well, but I got a particular guy in Tamale, a branch manager in Tamale. So this is what I did. You know, the banks would, before they open the door at 8 or 8:30, they would have done a lot of meetings, blah, 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 before they open to us. I needed to have access and eavesdrop on how the branch manager was going to conduct his meeting for the first, that was January, beginning of the financial year. So this is what I did. I called the area manager. I introduced myself. I am sent to do ABCD for your bank, but I needed to get something. So please, you call your branch manager and tell him that a customer is coming. They should give me access before the banking hall opens. The idea was to sit there, and I'll go in and pretend to be a customer waiting for them to start operations, pretended to be reading newspaper, but my 100% attention was on the branch manager and how he was conducting the meeting. And I got this particular guy, that's why I'm sharing his story. This is how he started a meeting. He started like that. Folks, I don't know. This year, they said we should rope in X amount of deposits per month. Branch manager said they. Who are they? The big men sitting in Accra. Me, I'm not part of them. They said we should rope in X amount of deposit. Listen to this part that will shock you. Then he continued. I mean, this is ambitious. Who can achieve this in 1 year? You know what he just told your team? I'm your boss. I have agreed we can't do it. Everybody, go to bed, sleep, because I am the leader here. Leadership is about influence. People do what they see the leader do. Ben, let's test these guys and see. Colleagues online, maybe you will also want to try it. I want everybody to scratch your chin. All of you, scratch your chin. Scratch your chin. Thank you. I have achieved my aim already. You know this is chin. The only reason you are scratching your cheek is me, the leader, standing here. I was scratching my cheek. Relax. I even saw some people going to do this, but I was still doing this, so they changed their minds and came back here. All I want to say is that when the leader's actions conflate his words, people choose the action over the words. My action of scratching my cheek was too loud in your ears. You had no time to interpret what chin meant. We insisted you should be in management role to be here. So all of you, MBA, first degree, see how you forgot what chin meant. I just misled all of you free of charge to do the wrong thing. That is the influence of the leader. So I tell people, the moment you become a leader, you no longer live for yourself. You live for the people who look up to you. Because all of your actions, I didn't say some, all both the conscious and the unconscious, will be copiously, cogently copied, with or without your permission. They don't need your permission to copy it because you are their leader. Once you do it, it must be true. You see what I've just done? Folded my sleeve. I do it a lot. I happened to be SRC president back in the university, first degree. And I was doing the one lecturer met me on campus and said, my friend, the leader of the student body, that is not how gentlemen dress. You wear shirt and fold the sleeve. You don't do that, okay? So I stopped. You know why I went back to read? I saw Barack Obama fold his sleeve. I said, it's good. There's nothing wrong with it. If the leader of the world, the American president is fundamentally leader of the world, if the leader of the world will fold his sleeve, who am I? Somebody will ask, who am I to fold mine? So I went back to read, justified, feeling nothing bad that I'm not a gentleman. That means the American president is not a gentleman too. And if I will be categorized in the same group with him, then I like you. I like I like that grouping. You know, the leader influences. So when we talk about building a leadership team, we are talking about right down from the executive to the mid-level to the line managers to the people you call leads, supervisors, officers, who are the forefront of directing how work is done. The best thing we do a lot in this country, corporate organizations do, is to communicate targets. The man doesn't even know what will go wrong if I miss the targets. What will go wrong if this, how much hole is punctured in that strategy? If the guy doesn't understand it, chances are that we are not going anywhere. So, then this is where the work is. We create an implementation plan. That I can't teach in this session. So we normally will break down all the objectives into achievable steps, month by month. And you must be very cogent, start date, finish date. Who is responsible? So you come up with a RASI chart or responsibility chart. The chart helps you to appreciate every person associated with an activity and all activities associated with a person. Then you do resource allocation. What actions must be taken? Even when you finish that chart, you still must come up with what I choose to call must-win battles. And normally there are 4 things we identify under must-win battle. What is the issue? What is the risk or the implication when no action is taken on this? Who is responsible for it? What are we doing about it? So take an organization that is into pharmaceuticals, for instance, and the whole strategy is about product innovation or even introducing new products into the market. A must-win battle is to go around or get approval from FDA. Until that is done, forget it. So we will lock down approval from FDA in our must-win battle, one of them. The must-win battles are not too many. They are critical issues. When they are not corrected or we don't work on them, the strategy will not even see the light of day. And whoever you put in charge of that, among top management, there must be what I call sponsor, someone in senior leadership that gives a report on that issue. How is it going at every meeting? If you're a tertiary institution, you must go around GTEC. And if that is not sorted, the strategy is as good as dead. So coming out with an implementation plan actually helps us to track the performance of the strategy week by week, month by month, etc. And that also forms a major basis for the reviews we do from time to time. Then allocate resources. And I always say, when you hear resources, we are talking about financial, physical. Some people will tell you, well, it is money we use to buy the physical. So we put it together. We call it the hard resources. Beyond the hard resources are soft resources, human resources, technological resources. Folks, no organization, not one, will outgrow the collective knowledge and experiences of the people who run it. The organization's level of success is always commensurate to the collective knowledge and experiences of the people who run it. I normally measure the success of an organization from 3 lenses. Three lenses from which we want to measure the health of an organization. Whether the organization is doing well today will continue to do well tomorrow or not. Number one is the organization's people engagement. How is people spelled nowadays? People engagement. Who works for the organization? Where are they coming from? What is their experiences, their knowledge, skills? How are they trained, developed, optimized, and positioned to deliver on product promises to customers? First question you must answer. The second from which we measure whether an organization is doing well or not is the organization's customer satisfaction. Now, I did not say customer satisfaction is very much different than sales. And of course, the third one, which is overflocked, is the cash flow. But if you look at it well, I actually put them in the order of importance. Bottom up, not top down. First one is the people. Once these guys are good, chances are that they tend to serve customers well. And until the customer is happy and continues to buy, you might as well forget about the cash flow. You know that. On a few boards that I sit on, you know, when you go to board meeting, the conversation is all about the big issues. Capitalization, total asset, market share. If I am on your board, you will help me answer that one question. Are our people happy? Because if they are not, chances are a lot of these will not work. Because this is the foundation on which we build the other two. So, KPI measure all of this, but just say on a scale of 1 to 10. If a company tells me, oh, our people engagement is 5 out of 10, customer satisfaction 4 out of 10, you know, mostly I have an idea how this will be looking like into the future. You don't need to tell me, I know already. So we start work. In the same vein, if this is high and this sits on it as high, I also have an idea how this will be looking like. But in many companies, we do it upside down. Yeah. Cash flow is the number one. Are we making money? Somebody asked me, how come sometimes you consultants want to place purpose over profit? And I say, but it is purpose that brings the profit. If you don't deliver the purpose, because the world responds to value, problem solving, not time. Oh, hello. I hear average people make this statement: time is money. Mm-hmm. That is for low people. Which one is time is money? Time is life, and life is bigger than money. The world pays you for your value, not your time. Clearest example I normally give, your security officer does 12 hours a day. He's taking 1/40th, 1/50th of your CEO salary, who comes in at 11 a.m. and leaves at 3 p.m., 4 hours. One of the TV stations went to interview the immediate past CEO of MTN, Solomon Adadebo. He's been a friend of a sort, so we're having a conversation. Like, you know, one of the questions that a guy asked me is, we hear that you don't come to the office often. Why? Solomon said he's trying to relax him. All right, I don't get to the office. Okay, yeah. Okay, who is the CEO of the company? Say you are. Is the company growing or not? You see the company is growing. So, okay, that's all you need. As CEO, all I need is my head. Wherever I am, my head is with me. And the best way to measure the effectiveness of a system is the result. The company is growing, therefore the leader is good. Case closed. That was actually a very useless question to ask why the CEO doesn't come to the office. So your CEO comes in, 4 hours he leaves. At the end of the day, who gets paid more? I agree. We use time to create value, but the world responds to your value, not your time. There's this popular story of the ship that got broken down the high seas. I'm sure you've heard it before. Engineer after engineer will try fixing the ship will not respond. Some spend days, weeks, until this engineer who has fixed ship almost all his life understands the issues. He came, careful inspection of everything, and then he realized, I have to just tighten one bolt and his hammer or something. In 6 minutes, the ship came alive. Everybody was amazed. What engineer spent days couldn't do, this guy did it in 6 minutes. He left. The company wrote to him, can you send us your invoice to pay? The guy sent $20,000. He said, what? $20,000? We witnessed it. That thing took you 6 minutes. So how come? Give us a breakdown of the invoice. And he gave a beautiful breakdown. 1,000 for tightening a boat. That's what you saw me do. 19,000 for knowing where to tighten. Are you paying or not? You brought so many engineers. They didn't know what to do. Knowing what to do is value. And doing what you know works is value. So yes, please, time is not money. Value makes money. If time was money, we all have 24 hours. Somebody once said, if you took all the resources in the world and put it together in one basket and distribute it fairly. So you can imagine we brought together the monies of Elon Musk and Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos. Then we bring all of them to baskets. They will share it evenly among everybody. How happy some of us will be. And the person said, in 5 years, those who were broke before they got their portion will go back to being broke. Those who were rich before the sharing will go back to being rich. The difference is what they know, not the time they have or the money in their palms. So what we know. And folks, a lot of the good things in life are on the higher shelves. So, yeah, they are on the higher shelves. And you have to stand on a lot of books, some knowledge, some workshops, some executive courses to be able to reach those things and plug them down. So we allocate resources. Don't lay too much emphasis on the money aside the people. The people, the technology. And when I talk about technological resources, we are not just talking about IT. We're also talking about the organization's ability to be creative, to use time effectively, to be innovative, etc. Then, of course, assigning objectives and responsibilities, aligning your structures. This is where we get to, and some CEOs then fire some managers when we are through with the strategy session. Aligning your structures, you align your people. You see, you are work on the leadership team, but there's a rank and file guys, the guys who get a job done, the machine operators, the shop floor workers. If you underestimate them, that they don't know anything, that guy you are disrespecting is a family head when they go for meetings at the family level. He has a mind of his own. He thinks for himself. I tell people there are a few persons around me I don't play with. The lady who prepares my tea, hope you are connecting. The housemaid, the security, the personal driver. 1, 2. I had a driver who was always broke. You pay him, and we pay well. Half the month he's broke, and then he'll be putting his children as like to be pressing emotional buttons. It's not me; it's my children. At the point, I actually told him, "Hey, Chris, you got to sit up. I didn't help you to impregnate your wife. You brought these children into the world. You have to sit up. And every day it's my children, my children. Who asked you to give birth to them? Why is it that poor people even have more children than people? Why? What spirit is behind that? And then they believe that Yamina Shenipa." So anyone is broke, I try to sort him out. Take this 200, take this 300. If the money is like 500, I say, my friend, I'll take it from your salary at the end of the month. So it got to a time my chief administrator like, Jeff, why do you care about this guy too much? You've paid him already. I said, I care because he's driving the car. I'm sitting in the car. If he doesn't have peace of mind, and he drive the car into it, we're all going, right? But folks, let's be honest with ourselves. There are 1,000 persons or so in that organization. Why are you a manager and not one of the ordinary guys? Why have we promoted you into a senior manager? It's because we trust that you can solve bigger problems than that person. So why do you expect that he reasons at the same level with you? That your house girl you have been insulting every day. You are so dumb. Thank God she's dumb. If she wasn't, she will not be battling for your children for you to be pursuing your career. She would have also been a madam somewhere. You don't know. So teach the person and stop. The story is told of the antelope and the tiger that went into an argument in the forest. It's a hypothetical story because animals don't talk. An antelope and a tiger went into an argument over the color of the grass. And the antelope would say the color of the grass is blue. The tiger says green. They battle it out the whole day. It's green, it's blue, till they decided to go and see the Lion King for settlement. They got to the entrance of the palace and the antelope was jumping here and there, making a lot of noise. My Lord, the color of the grass is blue, but this fool here says, you know, the empty barrels make more noise, right? That's why when you drive through poor communities, even poor churches pray louder than rich churches. No, watch it. Poor environment, they always make a lot of noise, yeah. You go to Bishop's Avenue in London, people are praying, gentility. Heavenly Father, you know me, I know you. Gentle. Just come to our part of the I bind and loose. What is that? What kind of aggression is that? That devil you shot yesterday to Tuopo, you are still shooting. I thought we shoot people when they die. We are confused though. We are confused. Have you ever hit a car of a poor man in traffic? You will come out and fight you. If it's a nice car, gentle, we exchange cards. And we meet later on and discuss this. Why do poor people make too much noise? So the guy was making a lot of noise at the entrance of the. When they got in, the Lion King listened to the two of them. The antelope insists the color of the grass is blue. The tiger says it's green. Now the king have to give his ruling. The verdict came. The lion said, Mr. Antelope, I agree with you. The color of the grass is blue. You have won the case. For you, tiger, for losing the case, you see this square meter of grass? That's a punishment. Go and weed it. So they left the palace. Later in the night, the tiger came back. My lord, what sort of ruling was that? You and I know the color of the grass is green. And the lion said, Mr. Tiger, I agree with you. The color of the grass is actually green. You know why I ruled against you? For condescending to the level of this fool. To argue with him. So much so that you even agreed to follow him to this palace. To come and waste my time. Meanwhile, you are an elder of the palace. You teach him. You don't argue with him. That is why I ruled against you. So you go ahead and execute your punishment. I hope you understand the story. Stop arguing teach them. They are not in management. They don't come for strategy sessions. They don't go for big leadership trainings. They must be guided, coached. 70% of the things you know, you didn't learn in any classroom. You learned on the job. Do you agree? Yes. 70%. Why do you expect that if you don't coach, he will know exactly what to do and get it done? Leading, managing, and coaching are in tandem. They are not separable. You can't separate them. Because I've heard many managers say, I don't have time for coaching. And if you have attended a typical coaching training, coaching can be time-consuming. Coaching is not shouting. It's not giving instructions. It's not giving direction. It's not even teaching. Coaching is having a guided, facilitated conversation that creates self-awareness in an employee and give him different perspective and guide him on how to do better. One coaching session can last between an hour and 2 between you and your direct reports. So some managers say, I don't have time to coach. And I said, then you don't have time to be a manager. Because the two are inseparable. And you see, that 2 hours you think is too much to spend. Would you rather spend 20, 30 minutes every day working on the shop floor, making noise and directing and making sure when people see you, they pretend to work. When you are not there, they are not working. Prince Kofi Amobin says, if in your absence nothing gets done, you'll be managing yourself, not a department. Because I know how we say it here with pride. When I'm not there, nothing happens to establish how important you are. Well, to some of us, that tells us how weak a leader you are. That in your absence, everything comes to an end until you arrive. Ability to manage people. Someone took me on at a workshop. I went to speak at a conference. I want to speak at a conference in Tema. What's the name? Alisa Hotel. And somebody took me on. When I was introduced, founder of HR Certification Center. Oh, so you are the founder of HR Certification Center. I say, you certify people? I say, yes. Some of your people, we certify them. They come and we still have to train them before they know what to do. Doesn't mean you are not teaching the right thing. I said, madam, sit down and let's have a conversation. Have you ever seen any pilot graduate from piloting school? We put him in the cockpit, fly. No, you fly alongside an experienced pilot for some time. By law, you don't get called to the Ghana bar and you establish a law firm. You cannot. You practice alongside. Okay, you just finished medical school. There's a patient lying down. Go and operate on the person. You watch over the shoulder of an experienced surgeon over time. You do it with him together. Over time, you take the knife, he's looking over your shoulder, do it and let me see, correcting you. It is only then that we can now say, take over. Anytime you have a challenge, report to me. That is the essence of coaching people. You don't say the person have a first class. He has an MBA. And folks, let me be honest with you and advise you. These days, people hide behind MBAs and pretend they're intelligent. Hello. So can we know the human being behind the CV? Very important. I don't know how we got our master's degrees that used to be so revered chipping. I don't know how we got there because I speak to master's degree holders, some, and I'm not too sure if actually the guy says he holds an MBA, whether it's true. It can be very, when I got contracted by Kempinski Hotel to be a consultant, one of the things the CEO, then he's left Ghana now, Manish, he said, there's a person in your country, you go to school a lot, but you do very little. Why? I was very embarrassed with that question. So we employ people with high qualification, and the result is, because where I'm coming from, diploma holders can, that kind of thing. It was very embarrassing. So don't underestimate coaching, developing, training people. Remember, as a leader, you are what? Chief meaning officer. You must provide meaning, because a change in post is a change that will be opposed. Don't just communicate the words, communicate the why behind the words. If I said, John, go turn on this projector, don't leave it on for more than 4 hours at a time. That's one strategy to communicate. It's called a telling strategy. Then the second one is, James, go turn on this projector. Don't leave it on for more than 4 hours at a time, because usually when you leave the projector on at a time for too long, you reduce the lifespan of the lens. Which of these two will get James cooperating better? The second. The first one was a blanket instruction without the conventional wisdom. He will always leave it on and kill it after 4 hours when people are on lunch break, when I am around. Once I am not around, in his mind, this boss cry, it looks like he's not happy when I am free. He just want to punish you for nothing. Because as far as he's concerned, it's an 8-hour lecture. Why should we turn it off at lunch and come back and turn it on? You didn't provide the reason. So it will not ignite. And he only do it when you are praying. When you are not there, it doesn't make sense to him. He is human. He has mind of his own. He can reason for himself. And that is what is the difference between us and animals. We have the power to reason things for ourselves. So if you don't make sense to the person, then he doesn't take what you are taking, what you're saying. In fact, we can continue this conversation by, if I really want to grow James into a leader someday too, to take over, with time, I will not tell him what to do. I'll present the problem. James, normally when you leave this projector on too long at a time, you reduce the lifespan of the lens. How long do you think? Now, I didn't tell him what to do. I presented a problem. That's a guy who is on succession. That's a guy who will become a manager tomorrow. Two of us will now judge all. But because I am the leader, I'm more experienced, I have a responsibility to cajole him, to see things through my eyes, to appreciate why. By the time I tick these 3 boxes, move James from telling to selling to what I just did, the last one is called participating strategy. I can now say, James, take over. That's what we call delegation, right? The problem is that we mark time as step 1. We are always telling. The day we are hot, you ask him to take over, he can't do it, you declare him dumb. Fortunately, you have a leadership problem. It is not James who is dumb. And perhaps what I just described is the reason we don't have 3rd, 4th generation companies in Ghana. Yeah. Can you give me one? 4th generation company? I'll be happy. No, maybe you'll get one, but they are not there. They are not common. Oh, when we say you understand, the owners are dead and gone. Their children is 2nd generation. Their children's children is 3rd generation. I know a lot of successful companies today that their children are running, but their parents are still alive, providing board and bedroom leadership and advice, either around the dining table. And don't underestimate experience. I'm talking about the guy is gone. He doesn't have a hand in the business anymore, yet the company is flourishing. We don't have them. It's a leadership problem. Fundamental leadership questions that we've got to be answering. So this is what a picture looks like. I pray that on a good platform where we meet, we can deepen explanation. Now let's look at 2 features of a winning strategy. Number 1, there must be agreement between the board, the CEO. So it's like the board and the CEO and the management team and all departments. And wherever there is no agreement, the strategy is already set up to fail. And I have seen it so many times. You are engaging a functional head and he tells you, yeah, this is our strategy. But I don't see the reason we must do this. Because I didn't even agree when we went for the meeting. At that point, I don't want to hear whether you agreed or not. Because really, in business, majority is not head counts. We are not in parliament. In business, majority is the strongest ideas. 10 people are in a meeting, 8 are not making sense. 2 have made sense. How did they make sense? They were able to back it with cost-benefit analysis. They have demonstrated return on investment. So the company says, this is the way we are going. CEOs, don't be subjecting everything to votes. Because when the weak mind, forgive my word, have the majority votes, you will be in trouble. Back in secondary school, we voted for nearly every position. Senior prefect, dining hall prefect, garden prefect. When it came to the sacristan, the chaplain, the school said they won't allow us to vote. We said, why? I said, what if you vote for one of the stupid boys on campus? I said, no. So we did everything. I said, no, they will appoint chaplain. But you can vote for anything. So I am careful which decision I put on the table for a vote. I'm not saying don't do it at all, but be careful. Now, not voting also is not the same as imposing on them, but allow everybody to share their views. And 2 views plus that of the CEO may make more sense than 20 others. And I have witnessed strategy sessions of 25 persons, and all through the 3 days, the 2 days, sometimes it's only some 4, 6 persons who are always talking. The rest, either they do not understand what we are doing, because I've been wondering, they don't talk. 6 persons will be talking and 25 persons are sitting in the session. Either they do not understand or they are embittered about something, and as an external consultant, I wouldn't know about it, or something. And then when you leave the session, they will now be wondering why you took that decision. And in their hearts, they have disagreed. They will not openly say it. And if it's in an environment like Ghana, we are very diplomatic people, right? We don't say no to the face. We say yes, but subtly it is no because we won't commit over time. That's how we do our things here. And so you are careful in getting buy-in. So agreement between the board and the CEO. We won't commit the strategic plan for you, even with only the CEO. We have to hear from the board also. The rest of the management, then all the department. I literally interview operations guys about what is going on in finance because I want to achieve horizontal alignment. HR, do you know what the sales guys are doing, why they are doing what they are doing, why they think they need extra hands for which you are going to coordinate the process of hiring for them? There must be an agreement. Number 2, in strategy sessions, we think strategically, not operationally. The focus is on the big picture. We don't go to strategy sessions to decide which radio station we are going to place advert on and what sales strategy. No. We go and agree on figures, why we will adopt market penetration as a growth strategy as opposed to product development or as opposed to market development. The focus is on the big picture and not operational thinking in strategy sessions. There must be simplicity and clarity. A strategy that isn't understood is a strategy that would fail. I read a strategy document done by, we have the top 4 consulting firms in Ghana. PwC, KPMG, Ernst and Young, and then Deloitte. Good. So one of them did a strategy, beautiful strategy. If you have a strategy eye and you read the document, you will know that they've done a great job. But I met the company in the third year of the 5-year strategy, and they did nothing about the strategy. And simply put, they told me, to be honest with you, we don't understand the document. A strategy that isn't understood is a strategy that will fail. Will fail. So simplicity, keep it simple. Strategy can be a very intimidating discipline, but at the same time, it can be very much simplified. Sometimes when you look at analysis and you look at the financials, if you haven't been to accounting school, you may not even understand the financial bit of the document. But a good consultant, a good facilitator, in fact, management team that appreciate strategy can actually demystify this for the hearing of, for understanding of everyone and make sure there is clarity. So for us, as a matter of rule, when we do your strategy document for you, as part of the billing process, like costing the work, training management team on how to use the document is part. So when the cost is high, don't come and cut off our head. It's because there are so many elements to it. Congruency and coherence, as in agreement from the corporate level, trickling down to the business level, trickling down to the functional level. Otherwise, you will have strategies, not strategy. Strategy is about choices and focus, innovation and adaptability, action-oriented and measurable. We should know whether we have accomplished, we are on the way to accomplishing it or not. Communication and involvement is key because a few people are doing the work for and on behalf of the masses who will be at the forefront of implementing. Reporting, periodic reporting and reviews. And I'll get there shortly. I'm still committed to our time to close at 2 p.m. Periodic reporting and reviews. The decision to stay the course. If it's a strategy we have formulated for the year, or a strategic plan over a period of time, we must make a conscious effort. Be committed. Too many companies do this for prestige purposes. Sometimes when you are even interviewing CEO to do a strategic plan, you can tell the CEO now is not interested. But a board says go and bring strategy. The bank that will grant a credit facility says, can we see your... Then they invite a consultant to help them do one. But they don't get interested. So sometimes during the interview process, we can do functional interviews virtually. But the CEO, we insist on face-to-face because we want to be reading his body language, her body language, whether he's committed to what we are, the conversations we are having, or not. Decision to stay the course. There can be the deviation, but the deviation must be as minimal as possible. The last segment I want to quickly, then we go, is the strategic leadership. On a good day, if you ask me to tell you what I think leadership is, I have come across 352 definitions for leadership in my research work. But I do know that there are more definitions on leadership I'm yet to discover. But let's assume, without admitting, that the 356 were the only definitions. Then mine would qualify to be the 353rd. This is what I think leadership is, that leadership involves influence. It occurs amongst people who desire changes inspired by shared vision. Leadership involves influence, which means it's not coercion. It occurs amongst people, for want of a composite expression, not among animals. I was doing a session for some executives. Mr. Lassan Andani, the former CEO of Stanbic Bank, was in the session. He said, young man, hold it. There's leadership among animals. So why do you say only among people? Then I explained the context in which, when you are leading animals to graze and they are going astray, you use your stick to hit one and the rest are likely to come in line. You know that? Now, human beings, when you hit one, the rest will scatter some more. Because they have mind of their own, they think for themselves. They have the power to make their... Now, the people desire changes, but only inspired by shared vision, not written down and hanged vision at the reception. inspired vision. That is what I will define leadership to be. Call it generic leadership. But when it comes to strategic leadership, I limit my definition to this: aligning people, systems, and resources to achieve organizational vision. Keskus. Strategic leadership is about aligning people, systems, and resources. And when you slack in one, it's like the triple concept in project management. A change in one ignites, time, scope, and cost. The triple constraints. When one is affected, the other two get affected too. It's the same thing, triple constraint. People, systems, resources. Just fail in one of these three, and there won't be strategic leadership in place. I've already shared my thought with you on what I thought the number one difference between leadership and management is. Whereas management is about working in a system, leadership is about working on the system. We are a country everybody talks about problems, but we mostly don't look for solutions. There are three consistencies of people when they complain and not find solutions. I don't forgive them. Unfortunately, I belong to one of the three categories. The first group are teachers. Every day we have the time, the opportunity to influence minds. So a lecturer, a trainer, a teacher. We have the opportunity. I thought we should be thinking solutions and also not just joining the bandwagon of complainers. The second group are religious leaders. They have the power because we are very religious yet. Ask a church member, sit here till I say I have closed. We are sharing grace. You won't go home. Yeah. Sometimes I talk about my church, but thankfully things are changing somehow now. The typical local Church of Pentecost assembly. When we start church, when there are enough people, there's no time to start. We see enough people, presiding elder will go around and ask, Pastor Omboy, my opening prayer. Very disorganized. When we close? When the Holy Spirit says we should close. There's no time for closing. And when are we closing? Baby, I'm going to do a bedroom. All kind of things that there must be order. Whoa. The PIWCs have come to solve a lot of problems in my church. Nobody will go home till the presiding elder says, Holy Spirit says you can go home. Ask him to come tomorrow evening, he will come. Tuesday, he will come. Like that. That's how we subject to them, which is okay. But then they should use the power to influence, to correct ills in society. Teach church members that when you finish drinking sachet water, don't throw the plastic back by the roadside. This is our country. We have to build it. One member of parliament candidate went to campaign that when he's voted for, he will help young people to travel abroad. Are we serious? Do you know it's a national disgrace that this country cannot work and feed its youth until they run to the white man? It's not a state, it's not pride, it's an embarrassment. So the first tenor of Donald Trump, and even this time is doing it. Visa restrictions, people are complaining. Why do you don't? Somebody say don't come to. Is it your country? You are not American. Americans say don't come to my country. Leave them alone. If you are giving visa without, you are not giving me. I will never fast ever for visa. For what? If I go, you don't give it to me. Take your country. I go back to my office and work. I will never fast for visa. I'm not condemning traveling, but a lot of the things are foolishness. You are fasting and praying for visa. For what? There's a difference between vision and visa. You can have visa without vision. You will fail everywhere. Because this displays priorities in our minds. I won't eat. I'm on my knees praying so that somebody give me visa to go to UK. Which one is that? If I have business doing there and I am stable in my country, you won't refuse me the visa, right? You should be thanking God I'm coming to your country. Who wants your country? But when a man doesn't know his value, then that is what happens. Listen, running away. Now, I am not condemning traveling to go and work abroad. No, I'm not condemning schooling there, no. But what I mean is that it should not be pride over the rest of us. Go to church. Just give testimony. My business is doing well. The amen is quite weak. Start with, I bring you greetings from Germany. You hear the strength of the amen. Because there's something wrong with our mindset. Fundamentally. So it's not pride that what is that? If you have a calling to do the fine, but okay, you know where I'm going with that. Let's build our country. Nobody is coming to do it for us. I normally liken it to a man who is the head of his family. Your rooftop is leaking anytime it rains. Instead of mending it, you go and patch with your neighbor, and then it's a source of pride. That, oh, my neighbor took me in. Your house is leaking. Did you mend it? The roof here is leaking. Let's focus on working on the roof. I love it when people travel abroad just for entertainment, tourism. Come, we don't need their country. Hello? Hi. Okay. The last time somebody said we are a country of pride, we will never go to IMF, and we still went. So I will leave it here. I hear there are 4 human beings who never listen to any advice here. Or in the world, right? They say a man who has money, a woman in love, an African mother following a prophet. The 4th one is President Akufo-Addo. Folks, the essence of leadership is change and growth. If nothing is changing and nothing is growing, if it is not becoming better, if we are not improving on it, leadership becomes a waste of everybody's time. The greatest litmus test for whether or not there is leadership is, are we changing? Are we growing? Are we improving? Is it becoming better? Did you make the office better than you met it? Did you hand it over better than you inherited it? You know, the last group of people when they complain, it annoys me, politicians. Voted for giving the power, the mandate, the money to fix the problem. They're also complaining of the problem. No. I heard a past minister for labor some years ago complaining about youth tax strike. This youth tax strike, if we are not serious about it, to throw this country into mess. Who should come and fix it? My mother who goes to the market. You are a minister for labor, and you are complaining that university teachers strike will bring down this country. Go to work and fix it. Why are you telling us? Leaders work on the system. Because the essence of leadership is change and growth. And my favorite mentor, who is late now though, COVID took him, Jack Walsh, when the rate of change on the outside exceeds the rate of change on the inside, the end to that establishment is inside. Folks, everything in an organization is influenced by leadership. I didn't say some things, everything. Because it is only what happens at the level of leadership that trickles down and affects every other thing within the organization. So here is what I say. In an organization, in a division, in a department, if something good happens, it's because of leadership. Guess what? If nothing good happens, it's also because of leadership. Because leadership is cause and everything else is but a consequential effect. So what does leadership really entail? This is the definition I gave you. Leadership influence. It occurs amongst people who desire changes, inspired by shared vision. So I talk about these 4, and then we just share some control measures, and we are out. First is, where is organizations going? Vision. My best definition for vision is capturing the future, registering it on your mind, and using it to drive the present day's actions. But it only gains power when they are communicated and inspired. The founder of CNN is called Ted Turner. Ted Turner founded CNN in 1980, gathered his 6-member staff when the organization was nothing, and told them, listen, this company will never sign off. We will never sign off until the day the world comes to an end. In fact, the day the world will end, we'll cover it live. and present. As if he will know where he will be. We'll cover his life, present before we sign off. Indeed, 5 years after that engagement, the company outgrew their premises. Today, if you visited CNN, it will take you hours. Just this morning or so, somebody was telling me, I'm surprised CNN is a private organization. And all over the world, serious, focused private companies have always beaten public companies. Give me the top 10 companies in the world who are almost all in America anyway, and tell me how many of them are public in nature. Focus. Influence. My best definition is what? Do what you say you would do. Walk your talk. Now, when you become a leader, you must show confidence. And I carefully chose the word show. I didn't say you must have. In other words, whether you have or not, you must show confidence. So if you don't have it, fake it. Because it's important for the leadership journey. Leaders don't communicate fear. You break the team. They don't even have the stamina you have as a leader. Leader go into meeting. I got invited by one bank to speak to their sales officers. I'm not a sales expert, so I didn't go to train. At best, I went to inspire them. They drew all the sales reps across the country, number over 200, into a headquarters conference hall in Accra. And this is how the sales director introduced me. Very bad introduction. I don't know what is going on, but people are not opening accounts. Sales is weak. Anyway, we brought a consultant to speak to you. Let's see if anything will change. He made my work so difficult for me. What I was expecting him to say is that, folks, good morning. Leadership is intentional. It's deliberate. Folks, good morning. Sales is weak. People are not opening accounts. You still told the truth. But all we need to do is to change a few strategies. And that is why we brought a consultant to engage you. You see, the two of them do not mean the same to the staff. The first one communicates pessimism, hopelessness. We are confused. We don't know who we are about. This bank might collapse very soon. Should you have a new job, you can go. That's what you just told the guys. The second one said, there's a challenge, but we are in control. Hold on. We're looking for solution. We'll fix this soon. Leadership must be intentional. There's a saying that a flock of sheep led by a lion would defeat a pack of lions led by a sheep. I'm going to give you one secret about myself, and you promise me you're not going to tell anybody. Okay. So I have a bit of fear for heights. So I'm normally not comfortable when I'm on the airplane. Till date, I don't sleep on flight. No, not even talk. My eyes on. I should close my eyes and open in heaven. No. You know, sometimes you see people watching movies, laughing. I'm like, you people, you don't know where we are. 38,000 feet above sea level. Which one is normal? But you know, over time you do it and then the fear subdues. The last time you were going through turbulence, you were scared. Nothing happened. Second time, nothing. By the third time, you will be scared again. So it's better now, but it's still an uneasy calm of a sort. You get what I mean? So me that I fear air travel, I was on a plane at Kotoka when this young lady entered the aircraft. And she was holding her ticket and looking for her number. And incidentally, she greeted me. I'm looking for my seat number. When I saw the ticket, she was right by me. I don't quite remember the ticket number, but let's say I was at seat number 18A, she was 18B. So she sat right by me. Good evening. I'm told when the aircraft is zooming into the air, anybody asking you this question, you must know it's her first time, right? Come and say immediately. I assume the leader's role. I said, oh, it's very, very normal, you know. I gave her a complete lecture on air travel. I don't sleep. It was her first time. She was also not sleeping. Then we got to some very bad turbulence. The announcement will come. Ping pong, we're having challenges with the weather. I stretched my neck as if you want to see through the cockpit. She observed it. And I don't know what gave her the courage to ask me if I was scared. Are you scared? So I said, no. I'm not scared. And I told her everything is normal. I mean, turbulence doesn't bring down aircraft. I watch it in documentary. So I know that turbulence doesn't bring, to only cause discomfort for the passengers on board. And that in any case, there's nothing at stake. In about 1 hour, 20 minutes, we should be landing. You know, if you're an afraid man, you always know the distance covered. Because there's only one thing on my mind: land safely, you know. Now, by the time I finished dealing with this young lady, I saw that heave, that sigh of relief in her. Now, let's flip the coin. What if I had told her the situation was precarious and that I'm not sure if we're going to survive this and we could crash? You know, she would have urinated on herself. Question is, was I the one flying the plane? No. We only agreed at Kotoka that I am the leader, you are the follower. So she had to look up to me and I have to behave myself. That is the work of the leader. You don't start communicating pessimism and you are not sure. If you wonder, what do you think the members will do? They will wonder twice too. Listen, followers have the same fear as you and I. The only difference is that while they exhibit and show theirs, we stomach, conceal, and manage ours. It's okay to go to a meeting and say, oh, listen, this target, we're going to hit it. When you get back into your car, say, God, actually, how will we do it? It's fine. That's why I say if you don't have the confidence, fake it. Because you have a team that is looking up to you. The reason a flock of sheep will defeat a pack of lions, because a flock of sheep is led by a lion, is that he will roar and charge his guys. The other side, where the leader is a sheep, gets scared and takes to his heel. When I scratch my cheek, you scratch your cheek. But the instruction was, scratch your chin. Once he runs, everybody else will run. I finished teaching leadership in an organization for 2 days. The CEO got up and came to the front. Now that you know the standards of a leader, if you cannot, my office is open. Bring in your resignation. We can reduce you to machine operator. Because when you become a leader, it's work. We don't even need too much of your technical skills. It's okay if you have. But whether you have so much of it or not, you have a group of people to lead and make sure they get results. Then the people beat, then leadership is about change. I just want to share some few thoughts with you in 8 minutes or less, and then we are gone. Now, strategic is an evaluative exercise focused on ensuring success of the strategy. The various components of the strategy look at very carefully. Is the strategy implemented as planned? And for me, this is a question that you must answer once every month, if not every weekly meeting. Because at the corporate level, these people must answer the question. The board, the CEO, the executive managers. At the business level, the GMs, the business unit heads, the functional level, the HODs, functional heads, sometimes even the technical project levels, we must constantly be answering the question, is the strategy being implemented as planned? Based on observed results, does the strategy need to be adjusted or reviewed? You must answer these questions consistently. We want to determine the strategic objectives and the goals we want to do in Adan. I like Adan and Akosombo a lot, okay? I tell people, if you want me to do a good strategy session for you, take me to a place I'll be seeing river. I think better. I think better. Set control standards or key performance indicators. Measure and compare the performance standards. Determine the reasons for deviations because they become your basis for doing your strategic adjustment. The strategy needs adjustment because of the following. And competitor analysis over time will call for we responding in a certain way. Stakeholder feedback, especially the customer. Resource availability, especially those of you who depend on donor organizations. Even for companies that do pure sales and get revenue, we can buy and money is not being paid timeously. What do we do? Crisis. And then performance review. These normally form the basis for adjustment and managing the risks along the line. Time will not permit me to go into fine details of this. However, we also remind you that your schedule, weekly reports, monthly reports, quarterly reports, and your annual reviews must all be anchored, must all heavily be anchored. If it is a strategic plan, if it is strategy formulated for the year, the document is the organization's Bible. You can't finish a management meeting without reference to what the document says. We are not saying don't deviate, but if you have to deviate, there must be reasons and a basis for it, and everybody must be on the same page before any deviations can take place. Now, this is what his name is always difficult for me to mention, Richard Kovacevic. He says, a vision and strategy aren't enough. The long-term key to success is execution. Each day, every day. A vision, strategy, aqua safari, royal century, chilling there are not enough. The long-term key to success is execution, and we must execute each day, every day, if the organization is to deliver on its strategy. We'll take a couple of questions and then we'll call it a day. Thank you, thank you. That is quite encouraging. We are grateful. We are grateful. Our director of marketing put this together, so supported by the rest of the managers. He's sitting at the back there. Ben Yosin is our marketing director. That's our finance director, Rastaman. Yeah, Rastaman. If you joke with him, you're in trouble. Let's take a couple of questions, and then we are out here. Oh, our multimedia guys are also there. The multimedia officer, the digital marketer. If I see any of them, I'll introduce them to you. The team here are quite a tough team. They have hands on deck and they move a lot of. We are small, but we do some big things here. Yes, let's take a couple of questions, please. Yes, please. Yeah, take the microphone. We have 14 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Bassey, and thank you to the organization for doing this for free. For me personally, it's a demo for me because I've been planning to take this Institute of Leadership and Strategy course.
Right.
And so for me today, it's a demo for me to make decisions. So I want to say kudos to marketing director. It's working.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right. And every year we are going to do it. A media review session in July to help organizations or just to give them a framework and guide them how to conduct media reviews in July. All right. I can't promise, but we'll see how it turns out. Yeah.
Thank you. So my question is, I listened to a podcast which influenced my decisions. I'm sort of a leader at work and also a leader at church, and it's kind of the same, but there's some difference. Like you mentioned, there are some authority for loyalty and things, even when you have not paid for the loyalty, just because you are in church.
Yeah.
It's different at work. Now, I'm trying to see when I'm planning as to when I'm strategizing. When am I doing the other?
Yeah.
I have come to understand planning is sort of not as superior as strategizing. If you agree, and I think you're the right person I should ask the difference between planning and strategizing.
Oh, planning is encapsulated in strategy. So planning is a part of, it's embedded in strategy, but it doesn't end at just planning and having goals, and that is it. Even how the goals will work, what the enablers are, what the actions are. So I simply put, you can't finish a strategy without planning, but planning alone only gives you where you think you are going, but how to get there might not be very conclusive, right? Yeah. So basically, that's what I have to say. That planning is embedded in the larger spectrum of developing a strategy, right? Because strategy then will even consider what is happening in the market, your competitors, and all of that. But if you listen to me from the beginning, I told you that strategy is not really all about competition, all right? If it is only about competition, I wonder what MTN goes to strategy sessions to do. It is so clear that they have won the mobile telephony market. Why are they still thinking? Because you and I are demanding more, because they are consolidating their gains, etc. Beautiful. Yeah, there was a hand here. Yes, please. And kindly monitor our colleagues online. There are over 400 persons online. If there's a question from online, but we can only take maybe some 3 questions from online, if the questions come at all. Yes, please.
Good afternoon.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the insightful and I would say very inspiring communication you're giving to us. You made a point on alternative strategies. There's a school of thought that if you have alternatives, it kind of reduces your commitment to the main thing.
Yeah.
So if you don't have strategies, if you don't have alternative strategies, that means you sort of have bent the ships.
Yeah, I get
There's
you.
no way of retreat. So what would you say to someone who thinks like that so as to be able to comfortably delve into alternative strategies?
Okay. The alternative discussed here is just to lead us into making a decision, to know which one will give us the best financial returns, which one require the best minimum time, because time is currency, and which one will help our brand image. But once we make the decision, the alternatives are shared. It is only when it fails you may go to them. But that's the ideology you are trying to paint. But fundamentally, I want you to understand that we only do the alternatives so we can select the best means to get in there. There was something we introduced at the HR Certification Center, which many organizations are doing now. But trust me, we first brought it, what we call information session. I see big universities in Ghana doing it now. Rather than just advertise in newspaper and all of that, we said those who want to take our course, come for an information session. We'll be doing one this Saturday for those who want to take the strategy course. You want to know fee, payment terms, who are the instructors, any question, 1 hour session from 5 to 6 p.m. and it's virtual, all right? If you're interested, just WhatsApp your name to the hotline. We'll give you the link. Saturday, you join us to understand all about what you are coming into. That was a game changer for us. It sort of double and like triple our numbers. It took us much more little money to do that compared to what we know is the traditional marketing or creating awareness of who we are. So if we didn't put the alternative on the table and analyze which way to go, we would still not have. So the idea is not have those alternatives there just in waiting that if the first one fails. No, it helps you to now make a decision to say, this is where we are going because this one gives us better advantage in terms of our finances, in terms of the time required, and in terms of the brand positioning of the organization in the mind of people. I know in our part of the world, we don't take branding that seriously. We are so interested in marketing and sales, but we don't really take a lot of branding seriously. It's okay for Amazon. Amazon operated for 13 years without profits, and they were still investing in branding. Today, you and I know how much impact Amazon is making. Zoom ran for 6 years, no profits, and they were still making investment. That lack of long-term vision, but rather quick fees and sales is a big problem to us, okay? So it's okay when you consider the brand positioning, the time required, and all of those helps you to make a decision. That was the direction I was coming from, not that we are operating with A and we have the B, and every now and then we go and look at plan B to do it. We've chosen the best way because the courage to choose is the heart of strategy. Once we choose that, we shelve the rest and go by that. So it is only at the analysis stage we consider the alternatives, right?
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. for the great job. Yes, so I wanted to ask, an environment where resources are scarce, but our needs are in abundance, how do you balance short-term needs with long-term strategic goals?
Good. All right.
How do you measure, or what method do you use to measure the success of that?
Right. Again, the courage to choose. Now, there is no single organization on earth that can tell you that we have abundant resources. Not one. Every organization is battling with limited resources. All organizations, not some. And that is where the whole idea of what we just went through have come in. What strategy is that? What resources are available to us? What's our strength, weaknesses? So what goals can we pursue and all of that? So For me, your ability to deploy the limited resources to maximize if you may, but don't always limit resources to money. You see, there are many organizations that started with attitude cities. You know how much is called attitude cities? Okay, go and figure out the amount called attitude cities. That are credible organizations today. I am not saying we don't have capital intensive organizations. In fact, there are more. But a third of the time, financial is not there. We have lost count of the number of times banks have written to us that you qualify for loan, you qualify for loan. We know that we need a lot of intellect ideas to grow and not really a lot of money. And that was clear in our minds right from the beginning. All right. And for you young ones who are planning to start your businesses, it's not all the time loan is good. It can actually stifle your future and your growth. You have to build capacity. There is good debt and bad debt. I'm a trained accountant. I know the usefulness of debt. You can actually, there's a book titled OPM, Other People's Money. You can actually use debt to grow. But if you don't know how to deploy it well, so I tell people, build capacity before you start looking for a lot of loans. Because like I said, it can stifle your growth and finish your future. If you live in this country, you know what it means when we say it is finished. Right, so, I mean, what the question you ask is not peculiar to any company. It's a universal thing, and that is even the more reason why building strategy is concerned. In today's session, I couldn't share with you KPIs and measuring tools and all of that. You agree that nobody can teach strategy in 2 hours. Okay, good. Yes, if there's any one more, yes, final one. Do you have a couple of questions online? Very good. After this, we take some 3 online, and then we draw the curtains, right?
Thank you very much, Doc. So I want to find out, you mentioned a leader must show confidence.
Yeah.
So in a case where a leader has been showing confidence consistently, just trying to inspire the team that we can achieve something, but consistently, things just go south.
Yeah.
How can the leader get the trust of the people again? Because to be like, you are listening that we do it, so I can't do it. And then secondly, my brother mentioned is a leader in church. So let's assume in church leadership, where you mentioned the very religious, the person will say, the Spirit of God is telling me, my intuition is telling me. And in a business setting, you mentioned you have to explain every action to the people. But there are days where a leader just has this intuition that this is going to work. I just know how to explain everything to for it to the Bible. How do you tackle such instances?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. First and foremost, the fact that you should show confidence also means that we need you to also show the way. Being a leader is not a joke, especially for the entrepreneurs in the house. Entrepreneurship is not drinking light soup in the morning. No. It's a lot of work to be on your own, to start an organization from scratch and sustain it. It requires a lot of work. I hear people say when you are entrepreneur, you are free, you're on your own boss, you can go anywhere you like. Because you think in employment, you work 8 hours a day, entrepreneurs will work 24 hours. You are sleeping and thinking, how does the two even work? You know? All right. But there's something I normally call the kitchen and the dining hall experience. Huh? And a lot of people don't want to go through the kitchen. You know, in the kitchen, the smoke will fly through your eyes. The knife will cut your fingers. The heat will burn your skin. But when you survive it and you're on the dining table, you know, nobody comes to your house and enters your kitchen. The kitchen is always in the dark. In the dining table, where there's a conditioner, fork and knife, napkin, then average weak-minded people say, hey, this guy is so lucky. He is the owner of... you don't know. What it takes. So you must also back it with a lot of action. Like you said, you will lose credibility if you're always... When I was giving the example, I didn't say the leader should conceal the truth. I said, acknowledge the problem, define the reality, but then you show the way. If you're unable to be showing the way and navigating, leading them to navigate, then you yourself are not competent. We need to remove you. All right. When I handed over the education center, there was one statement I made to her. Take care of this ball. If you drop the ball, we'll take it back. The disciple will give it too. So if you and so far he has given us more reason why we should give her more balls. All right. So if yourself, you're also just inspiring the people into action, and you are not living it yourself, you can't get results, then we have to do something about you yourself. The second one is here about credibility. You are a leader in church. Is that?
Intuition.
Intuition.
But there are things you just can't explain. You just
Yeah.
have to know where.
Oh, you have to find a way to explain. You are the chief. You are the chief meaning officer. It's not right for you to say in corporate, it's the spirit that is leading me to. I don't think it's the best. Even if you heard from the spirit, I think wisdom should say when you get to the office, don't mention the spirit. You are clear that it is the spirit. Find a natural way on here it's okay to say the spirit says in a church setting. But in business, I do not think it's the best, especially when somebody doesn't even believe in the spirit you are hearing from or you believe in. All right. That's one challenge of Christians. We want to enforce our belief on everybody. Yeah. So for me, it shouldn't even come out of your mouth. You must figure out how to connect the dots. Now, if you ever had gone through Douglas McGregor's theory X and Y, theory X says that managers believe that employees are lazy, laid back, self-serving, never to be trusted to put in a good day's work by themselves. If you have this orientation as a manager, chances are you are going to operate from a autocratic style of leadership. That's theory X. Then theory Y says that, listen, employees are not lazy, they are not laid back, they are not self-serving. All it behoves on the leader is to cast vision, provide strategic direction, and create the enabling environment and allow the guys, and they'll get you the result by themselves. If this is your orientation, you are most likely going to adopt the democratic style of leadership. Then I ask my audience, which of these two is ideal in managing a business establishment? They'll mostly tell you theory Y. The answer is both. Yes, 70-80% of the time, we say go with theory Y. But some 20% of the time, it's okay to go with theory X. You see, when you see a snake, you kill it. You don't form a committee, do you? I just saw a snake pass. You write memo to people. The goal is to kill the snake. You write memo, give them date and time, and then the meeting time comes. Give us opening prayer. Then we ask who to take the lead. Then we come to strategy. Those who hold long sticks then stand to the left, and those who have the snake is there waiting for you to kill. So occasionally, it's okay for the leader to enforce his will on people. Some 20% of the time, they don't understand, but the leader said, "This is the way we are going." You are either aligning or you want to drop, especially when the organization doesn't belong to you. You are either aligning or you want, frantically, you want to make every effort to make sure they get you. But if they don't, and this is the way we are going. Now, be bold enough as a leader. If it doesn't go well and we lose out of that, take the responsibility. And that is integrity. Yes, I authorize this way. It turns out that is not a best way, and we have to go back to the other method. I got it wrong. And you earn a lot of respect. But if you are still insisting that it was because somebody didn't do his work well, we all know that you goofed with your hearing from the Spirit. You know. Let's take 3 questions online and we are out, please.
Okay, Michael.
I'll try to be more brief with the answers.
Michael Avle, he says, how do you decide which one to give preference to? Board objectives or market macro and competitor trends when deciding the direction of the organization?
That's a difficult question. Now, I would say both, because you have the responsibility to educate the board on the market trends. You see, don't be in the hideout when the spotlight is not on you. You are not the board, you are not the CEO at the time. There's a saying that the buck stops with the CEO. It's not the same as CEO must take every initiative. You can take the initiative and subject it to approval. So it is your responsibility to educate the board. So I have my money, and I say, build a 4-story on a 1-foot foundation. I won't do it. You are recalcitrant. I will remove you. All right, boss, I can do that. But the consequence is that this building can come down in 2 weeks at the slightest wind that will blow. Now that you have told me the consequences of that decision of mine, I will by myself rescind it. But you don't challenge the system and say, this is not professional, I won't do it. You are not wise. Do you get it? So it is the responsibility of the managers to educate the board. And those are concepts why today, when you are on board, we have executive directors on the board. Executive directors are people who have management responsibilities and also sit on the board. In many companies, the CEO does that. But in very large companies where you have an 11-member, 15-member board, sometimes we advise that there must be a minimum of 3 executive directors, those who are holding managerial role in the company and will also serve on the board. You must always leave the majority for non-executive directors. My advice, this is not law, it's not a legal requirement, but good corporate governance says that if it's a 9-member board, minimum 5 must be non-executive directors, and the chairman must come from the non-executive directors. So you can leave some 4, 3, 2 for non-executive, for executive managers to occupy positions on the board, right?
Okay, Benjamin Asa, he's asking, how do you apply this strategy lecture to a public sector, especially district assemblies that depend on government?
Tell him to come and consult. That's a question we have answered. We have been asked several times. Even those who came for earlier cohorts have asked those questions, and we had mentioned that we found a way to go around it. That especially for you have about 90% of your strategy persons being profit motive. I just announced at the beginning that we are beginning a session for the Parliament House of Ghana. That's a non-profit. We're going to have training sessions for all 153 directors and deputy directors of Parliament. I didn't know Parliament was that big. 153 directors and non-directed. After that, we go to the MPs. I'm not sure any of them are looking for a financial profit for their constituencies. But this is not a question, really, we can just sit here and provide answer. But from the strategy formulation to the entire planning process, to the strategy control, to the implementation and execution, there is the non-profit side of when purpose or mission is the goal and not financial return on investment. It's difficult to answer directly, but what I want to say is that, yes, non-profit organizations develop strategies, and we have done for a couple of such state organizations that are not profit motive. District Assembly, I don't think we've done one yet, especially when we are highly decentralized as a governance structure. I wonder how we'll do a strategy for a district assembly and the local government minister will not quash it, or central government will not quash it. Let's go.
Okay, the last one. In tow, Amwa, he's saying that if you work for an organization and the owner or the CEO does not believe in aligning with other people, how do you go about it?
Persuasion, once again. Let the guy understand the consequences of his actions and leave him to make his decisions. If eventually he doesn't understand, you either stay in the system for whatever reason, maybe it's giving you food, or you jump out. I know in our part of the world, we don't have the courage to leave organizations that do not align with our philosophies because there are not enough jobs around. But if really you want to help him and he is not accepting to be helped, there's very little you can do about it. But one way also is to suggest that your boss comes and take a course at the Institute of Leadership and Strategy. They won't come, eh? And even if you say that you bring us to do strategy session for your company, he doesn't understand. Well, you don't force growth on people. But there's one thing I say to a lot of companies. A company that doesn't make time to talk doesn't have time to grow. Sometimes you need to break away from work only to talk. And that helps you to grow. And so that will be the very last question. And in our closing remarks, we want to say a big thank you to you for we got an idea to run this session just about a week ago, or about 2 weeks ago. And here we are. We are grateful. 50 persons, maybe a little over 50 in-house, and more than 400 persons have been online. We are immensely grateful for believing in our brand. It's an exercise we intend repeating every January, and it will still be remaining free. Nobody will be paying for it. But this is just an intro. If you want to understand strategy, you enroll. But we also run executive leadership programs. You have our hotline, 0244 268672. There's a communication team on standby all the time to speak to you if you want to enroll in any of our programs. But we also run in-house trainings for several organizations. We have more than 20 companies on our bill for this first quarter. And so you engage us, we agree on time, we lock it down in a calendar, and we have different consultants. It's not just me, different facilitators and consultants depending on the area of expertise, and then we know which consultants to send across to you. And finally, we develop strategic plans for organizations. Aside facilitating a strategy, we also develop the plan if you want to engage our services in any way. All right, are all hearts cleared, Administrator? All right, good. Folks, we are immensely grateful. We run all manner of webinars free, like once a month. We just take an aspect of strategy or leadership, let's say how to drive a blue ocean strategy. And so once you made the mistake and came here or sign up, we will lock you into our database. And so every webinar or program, we will send you a text. The day you get fed up with us, call us and let us know. We'll remove you from the data. We'll remove you from the data. Thank you so much. We wish you all well in the 2026 financial year and hope that God gives all of us life and good and consider a few ideas on 2027. But we're also looking forward to seeing some of you in our executive courses, be it strategy or leadership. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you for the session. I'll call you.
Want to officially welcome you all to the Institute of Leadership and Strategy, where we are passionate about developing leaders and corporate executives. And so once again, you're officially welcome to the Institute of Leadership and Strategy.
How do you build a complete institution of the sort and resign from it? And I always remind them, stepping back is part of leadership. All I want to say is that we don't take these decisions arbitrarily or based on institution.
Felt very included in today's discussions. The lecturer today was also very exciting, very innovative, and he definitely kept the class alive.
The orientation, the delivery has been perfect, and I am so excited.
Naturally, systems are evolving, organizations are evolving, and you cannot afford to remain static. You need to be strategic in your approach in solving problems.
The first day has been very impressive. I've met a number of people already. I think that this environment creates the right opportunity to network with people of like-mindedness and also, connect business-wise.
distinguished executive strategy leaders, industry captains, and of course, fellow professionals, we would like to warmly welcome all of you. In our traditional parlance, we say Akwaba. Tonight, it's not just an inauguration of an association, but we are activating a movement that will dictate the pace and the direction of this country and the continent as a whole.
This evening is a response to a simple research document I came across. And that Boston Consulting Group's research sought to suggest that managers at the lower level have as much as 72% of them not understanding or appreciating what strategy is. And we felt that we could respond to that gap, that shortfall. That is our greatest motivation for bringing together practitioners of strategy to advance the cause of strategy practice, particularly in corporate Africa. By developing managers and professionals and executives in strategy, from strategic leadership to strategic planning to strategy development to control. That is one key thematic area we don't joke with in the executive class, strategy control. At this juncture, we want to do a launch of the professional association. Officially, the name is Strategy Professionals Ghana.
4, 3, 2, 1. The SPG.
Looking forward to having organizations build giant businesses in Africa. And we thought that one of the greatest tools we could use to do that is when there is key strategy knowledge among leaders who drive these organizations.